You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty.
Good morning.
Hello.
What a day, what a day.
What a week.
Alrighty. I'm hearing an echo. I don't know who that is. We are having trouble streaming your destination to Rumble. All right, whatever. I guess we didn't set that up. What's going on, guys? I guess you guys have been seeing the drama, right? I'm sure everybody tuning in has seen at least something.
I've been the drama. Like
Bawdy has.
I'm at least 69% responsible for like escalating the drama. Uh-oh. Doug, I think I lost
we can't hear you.
We didn't hear you. No, we still can't hear you.
No audio.
He's just gonna pantomime the whole thing. Wonderful coffee. Why does it say fat in the background? I don't understand. What is that? What is that brown bag back there that says fat? Still nothing. Huh. Well, I guess we'll just wait for Doug to come back up and kind of get started. Yeah, there's been some drama. We'll address that a little bit. I don't want to go crazy too deep into it. What was your perspective, Tony? What did you think?
My perspective is that. So, okay, I guess we'll just get into the whole Nazi mixed race thing because that's very, very disturbing. And even if you think, and maybe that is true that, some Jews are controlling the world and they're doing all these horrible things, whatever, and they're orchestrating everything and they run the strings. You can't generalize it to every single person, every single Jew. Just like people are characterizing Monero as for criminals and everybody that is using it is a criminal. So no matter what, in every situation, you can't generalize. You just can't do that. It's kind of stupid. And I was just shocked to hear and to see that people are that have Nazi views, and the comments that they were or the replies that you had from them, which were kind of just stupid and just ridiculous. And I think that you were quite diplomatic about it, and they were just it's just insane. I don't know.
There was this level of. I felt like I kind of started out reasonable. I wasn't accusing Maverick of being some Fed bot. It was like, how exactly? I was asking. I was saying, hey, I'm genuinely suspicious of how exactly you have twice as many followers as Doug. There could be reasonable explanations for that, but the suspicion is not the same thing. It's just like a blatant accusation. Listen, I'm a racist comedy enjoyer as much as the next guy, right? I love watching those comedians, and I'm not going to lie, I probably indulge in some of that myself, in my more private conversations. But I was pretty shocked to find out that people had taken some simple stuff and some maybe simple things and then converted it to really truly full blown exclusionary divisive kind of racism, true racism. And I was like, God damn it, I didn't realize that was actually a thing. And some of these people that were following me. I feel like the guys that were most vocal, right? I didn't see necessarily a whole ton of them. There was maybe a handful of guys that sort of came out of the woodwork. But I saw equally as many guys show up to be like, no, that's retarded. So I really as vocal as these guys are, and as quickly as everything spiraled out of control, I don't see them as being a significant part of the Monero community. They definitely haven't built anything, and I don't even know if they represent significant market cap. They feel kind of young guys, brokies, wages, whatever, like trying to make their mark. Like all our price performance happened before those guys showed up. So it's like I don't think we really need them for price performance, and I haven't seen them actually build anything. So I'm kind of like, well, okay, guys, like they're trying to take credit for a bunch of stuff, and I really hope that Maverick has a spaces with me, because I mean, so many of the things that they believe. Oh, hey, Doug, sorry, no, we can't hear you, bro. I see your
Yeah, still not.
Yeah, you're still.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bawdy, and the fact that they were attacking Doug, that he's the OG of this space from Monerotopia, the show every single Saturday, Monero Talk, XMRChat, XMR Bazaar, like all these things, like, and also like in real life, and you met Doug in real life too. He's as Maxi, Monero Maxi in real life, off camera, on camera, as he's always spreading Monero, always talking about it, always.
How about now, guys?
Hey, we got you. Welcome
All
back.
right. The feds are trying everything, man. They're trying everything.
Obviously, it's Monero
These
Maverick.
Fed boys are out of
Ragnarok.
control. What?
I said, obviously, it's Monero Maverick. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Is my sound okay now, or is it like, am I too loud?
No, you're fine.
No,
Okay,
it's good.
sorry.
Yep.
Why did you have a coffee bag that said fat though? I didn't know coffee.
Oh no,
could
these
make you fat.
are the chips, the Fat Boy chips, or what are they called? The fat
Oh, okay.
tallow cooked, fat chips. Selling them on XMR Bazaar. I tasted them live on the last episode, and we had the guy on that makes them. They're very good, very good.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I missed the last one.
Yeah, it's good though. But yeah, so I mean, not to belabor the whole Maverick drama. You said you're gonna go into. I went into his spaces with him last night, so I don't know about if you even saw that happened.
No, I actually, like, at the moment that happened, I didn't even know it happened, but I stepped out to go play tennis, of all things. And I came back, and some of the guys were like, "You pussy, you pushed out. You didn't even show up." Like, bro, you gotta tell me with like at least an hour of notice.
Yeah, I mean, luckily somebody told me. Somebody like DM'd me, and so I jumped in on that. And
yeah, they're like accusing you of stuff, but they didn't record it, so I can't go review it.
Well, no, I think it is. I think you could replay it.
Really? Because I clicked on it. I mean, maybe I clicked on the wrong thing, but I clicked on something and I didn't see a recording.
Like, in the space, they were accusing me. They're like, Tuman's probably recording this. He's gonna take clips of it and show it everyone. I was like, like, no, guys, I'm not you.
Wait, they're afraid of being recorded? Is that it? Dude,
yeah, I think at one point they were accusing me, or because they said like they saw Tux in the space, so they thought Tux was secretly recording it or something. So I guess it wasn't recorded at the end of the day. I kind of jumped into it. They started with that. I came in, and yeah, I mean, to be honest, you guys know I wear my heart on my sleeve. So I spoke the truth. I spoke the truth. I spoke the truth. I mean, my understanding of, like you said, Bawdy, like I'm all for, all types of conversations, right? We could talk about everything. But Maverick very clearly says that he's like an overt racist, right? He doesn't like people of other races. He doesn't want to be living near them. Effectively, he doesn't want them in the country. He thinks this country, it should just be populated by white people, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, he's an extreme nationalist. Now, if you push him on it, he'll be like, "Oh no, everybody could do what they want." But then when you really like look at his tweets, I mean, this is what he says. So then if you really push him, he'll be like, "Well, no, I just don't want them living near me," right? Would be his kind of safe way of saying it, right? Where he doesn't want to sound like an extremist. Like, well, I just don't want them living across the street from me. Like, okay.
Did you push him on what his solution would be? Like, does he have a solution?
He thinks everybody should go back to their own country. It's like I don't hate black people, but they should go back to Africa. I don't hate Indians, but they should go back to India. I just don't want to live with them. I don't want them near me. I don't want them to be a part of my culture. They're ruining my culture. They're ruining this country.
So part of one of the things he says that I hear that I've heard before, and he's sort of mimicking, if you listen to the AI Hitler speeches,
from Connor Ring, I've lost all respect for you, Douglas Tooman. Well, I don't know why you've ever respected me in the first place. Then I mean, like you don't know who I am. You're a fucking retard. I don't know what to tell you.
These are the same guys that are like, well, the devs, if they quit because of me, well, then it was never, they were terrible devs.
Yeah,
in the first
they're
place.
totally
Like,
okay with the devs
right.
quitting because of them, you know.
But it's like,
overt.
it's kind of hypocritical because now they're like, I've lost all respect for you. It's like, wait a second, hang on. You don't have respect. Like you can really dislike Doug and you can fucking, you know, not want to listen to him anymore. But come on, like all the stuff that Doug's done, you can't, like, that doesn't just go away because you had a disagreement. Like I might disagree with some of the devs or some of their lifestyle or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like they're some of them might have leftist views. That doesn't change the fact that I respect the hell out of them for the work that they've done and their competence. Like competency is such a rare thing in this world.
Buddy, your sound's getting a little muffled. But I mean, so the most effed up thing about it is we had the talk. I spoke from my heart. You know, I am, you know, my child is of mixed race, right? So according to Maverick, he doesn't want me living in the same community as him. He doesn't want me being his next door neighbor. He would look at my child as being a lesser person. He would look at my wife as being a lesser person. And at the same time, he's trying to be like, but you know, Doug, I'm cool with you. Well, you can't have it both ways, bro. Like, you can't be cool with me and tell me that you hate my child.
You're the coolest subhuman.
Like, no,
I
but
know.
I'm not saying I hate your child. I just don't like mixed race people, and I don't want to live with them. Okay, well, that's what my child is. So like, he's trying to draw like walk this line. We're saying, well, no, I never attacked Doug and his wife and his child. I just don't like mixed race people. I don't want to live with them. But Doug is cool. Like, it doesn't work, man. It doesn't make sense. There's no logical consistency there, which just shows he's low IQ. He doesn't have he's a low IQ dude. He doesn't have the ability to, like, he doesn't have high logical, like, thinking skills. His arguments fall apart. Or he's just trying to manipulate, right? And, like, that's the only play he has, right? Like, let me try to say, you know, pretend I'm not racist when I'm racist at the same time. Like, you know, trying to play both sides. But, yeah, you can't say you're my bro and, like, we're cool and I like you, and on the other hand say, you know, I don't like people of certain races. I don't want to be living near, you know, people like Doug that have children that are of mixed race. Like, you can't have it both ways. You just can't. So, like, the way I ended it was like that, you know, that's fine, bro. Like, you do you. You're racist. Own it. That's fine. You got your little following there. But then don't try to, like, be, like, you know, say that we're cool and we're together. We're working on this thing together and we're bros. Like, we're not bros. I appreciate the fact that you're helping to grow Monero. I mean, obviously I see value in that. That's kind of the trick, right? That's kind of like what's allowed me to, like, stay on the sidelines for so long and let him to continue to do what he does, is because he is trying to help grow Monero, right? He's always constantly talking about XMR Bazaar, he's talking about Cakewall, he's talking about all these things, and then slipping in his ideology at the same time. So it's like, if you were going to try to poison the well, this is how you have to do it, right? Because you first have to get access to the well to poison it, right? And so he's gotten access to the well by doing this affinity scam of saying, you know, I'm the most pro Monero guy. Oh, so I'm only about Monero and nothing else. Oh, and by the way, I hate the Jews. The purpose of Monero is to destroy the Jewish power structure. I hate people, anybody who's not. Oh, maybe I don't hate them, but I don't want them living in my country. I mean, so go to another country. You can't have it both ways. You can't be a Nazi and not be a Nazi. You're either a Nazi or you're not. There's no middle ground, right? Like, you either have those views or you don't. If you do, own it, and then that's fine. And respect the fact that I don't want to associate with you, and I don't want your views to become the prominent views in Monero, right? And so I'm not shutting down your speech. I have no means of shutting down his speech. He has more followers than I do. So if anything, he could shut down my speech, right? He's on 24/7 tweeting, him and his agency. I don't know who he's working with. I don't know if he's a one-man machine, but he's spending a hell of a lot of time on X tweeting nonstop, trying to drum up his following, trying to drum up trying to push his narrative. And the way the space ended, as cordially as it possibly could, was, all right, well, let's just go our separate ways. Virtual handshake. I am appreciative of the fact that you're spreading Monero, right? I personally benefit from that. But yeah, we have these different views. Like you said, I don't need to align with him politically, and I don't. He doesn't need to align with me politically, and he doesn't. And let's just agree to not have this flame war, because it's just a waste of time. Like me being on that Spaces on a Friday night when that's my family time. I mean, that's the last place I want to be. And so he's managed to waste a ton of my time. And the understanding was a handshake between whatever, we're friends, we're enemies, whatever we are, but there was a handshake of let's go our separate ways and end this. And sure enough, in the middle of the night, no less than 4 hours later, he's at it again, completely reneging on our agreement and attacking me and all his little bitches, supporting him. So, and these are the same people that were in the group that were kind of like, okay, yeah, let's not, let's agree to disagree. And they're just, so they're completely unhonorable. They have no honor whatsoever, right? They have no ability to be trusted in any way, and they clearly have a motive, right? Is it just spreading Monero? Are they here just to build Monero, or is there something more nefarious going on? The end result, what we can see is when we zoom out, is they've caused a bunch of tumult in the community, right? They've divided the community. And
I got to push back on that one. I don't think they're dividing the community. I think the people that were already racist and hated the Jews and hated, like, genuinely, hated minorities and stuff, or didn't want to be around, I think those people were already going to be who they were, and I honestly believe we have a silent majority. Maybe not silent, but I just don't see these guys. I've never seen this thing pop up. I mean, yeah, okay. There are people in Monero like Berwick and that crowd. They're like the Jews. But if you actually talk to Berwick, he's like, listen, I know it's not all Jews. I'm talking about these, these terrible people ruling the world, and a lot of them are Jews. Okay, whatever. Like he's, even Berwick takes some kind of restraint over that, and his followers, a lot of them, most of them, seem to take some kind of restraint over that. What I saw the past couple days represents something that's even significantly beyond that. And I'm not trying to excuse, certain types of ideologies by any means. But I don't think that I don't think that they represent anything more than a fringe aspect of the community, despite how vocal they are.
I mean, I would kind of disagree, though, because we're seeing the effect it's having, right, on the devs. The devs don't want to participate in a community where the majority or the silent majority are people with these views. So that's the problem, right? Like, we all know it's digital cash. Criminals are going to use it. Bad people are going to use it. Good people are going to use it. People you disagree with, Nazis are going to use it. Everybody's going to use it, and they can use it. It's permissionless, but they're spoiling the culture. And to say they're not having an effect is to kind of put our head in the sand and not realize that they really are. I mean, I've spoken to the devs. I've had conversations. It's an issue, right? We've seen Luke Parker step back after Monerotopia because he saw some of the things that happened there. And me, I'm all for let's free speech. Let's let people talk as long as it's somewhat digital cash related. Let it happen. But when it gets to the point where it's spoiling the well, it becomes a real problem, because at the end of the day, Luke Parker is infinitely more important than Maverick will ever be. I don't care if Maverick reaches 10 million followers. Luke Parker is infinitely more important, infinitely. And so, you know, if he actually was concerned about Monero and was looking out for the best interests of Monero, even giving his controversial political views, he would be a little bit more, you know, careful about how he's tying it into Monero and the branding of Monero. But he doesn't care. I mean, he's even put out a tweet saying, "I don't care if the devs leave. I don't care if they you know quit because of the things I have to say." Well, that shows he doesn't care about Monero. I mean, we have
yeah, there we go.
The maker tipped 5 cents. If devs leave over politics, but not because people use their tech to buy CP and Fent, then fuck them. So this is the attitude.
If I could, I'd really like to respond to this one because it's a bad argument, and I've articulated exactly why it is a bad argument. And if you're gonna keep saying this, people like the maker, you need to actually respond to these points that I make. Okay. So the first one is that you're confounding two things. There's the knowledge that we know people are going to use this for bad things, right? That pedos are going to use the coin and, you know, to do whatever on DNMs. Okay, that's a totally different thing than the way in which whether or not we accept certain types of branding and marketing over Monero, right? Do you understand how those are two separate things? Okay, we don't approve of people using Monero for crime and to hurt other people and as a tool for their crimes. But we don't see a whole lot of pedos showing up on Twitter to say that, hey, pedo coin is what Monero is, and you know we're everyone else should support that too, you know, and we're all just a big happy family together. You have to accept us. Okay, we don't see that, so we don't have to fight that in terms of we don't have to oppose that in terms of like trying to help the world understand what is Monero. But when a bunch of Nazis and Hitler Youth show up to say, hey, this is the Hitler Youth coin, this is Nazi coin, we're like, hey, hang on now, no, it's not. Like, the vast majority of us disagree with you. And okay, we accept your right to use Monero. No one's telling you that you can't use a hammer or that we should regulate hammers or regulate Monero. Okay. Those are two totally separate things. So please stop confounding those two things. We don't approve of people using Monero for crime. And then, you know, our free speech, like in terms of that whole free speech thing, like stop confounding this notion that just because we're opposing your ideology that we're infringing on your free speech. Okay, those are separate things. Okay, now the last thing I want to say about it is that we're not, when it comes to actual people, sociology, marketing, branding, etc. This, like, I'm usually pretty heavy on the philosophy, logic, and reason. Okay, but we're dealing with real people. The human element here has a significant factor to play, and so when you go around promoting Monero very actively as a type of like Nazi coin or some other unsavory ideology that only some tiny minority French people are going to believe, what's happening there is you are ending up discouraging future devs because there are new devs that come onto the project. And there might be people that are on the fence. They're like, hey, do I want to do this? I don't know. It seems like a cool coin, but there's all these Nazis. You might be the thing that discourages a dev that was on the fence from actually coming into Monero. And if you think that Monero doesn't need more improvement, if you think that Monero is fully matured, you're ignorant. You don't understand technology. You haven't studied, right? I don't want to be like study more, but you know, like a maxi. But the problem is like we do need, it's not a problem, but we do need devs, right? We need the devs we have, and we need to bring on more devs as we can. And your ideology really, really harms that human element, that human factor. People make decisions for all kinds of reasons that you might not be able to relate to. Okay, people make decisions for all different types of reasons. Okay, and they have different personalities. We don't want to alienate and ostracize the devs that we have. I appreciate them, the people that actually built things on Monero, built the wallets, built the core protocol. All of that is vastly more important than my ideology. And let me remind everyone, I'm fucking nobody, okay? I did one thing for Monero that mattered, and that was to help expose the fractional reserve. But after that, like,
I thought that was
nobody
Maverick.
compared to these guys.
That wasn't Maverick that did that?
That's right, yeah. Anyways, so I just want to reiterate, the maker and everyone else, you have to respond to those specific points I made. If you just come back and you circle back around and you make that same stupid fucking argument, then you're bad faith, you're a loser, you can't think, like you have low IQ, etc. Insert all of the insults, you know, and all the memes and all the trash talking, right? Respond to the actual points, please, for the love of God. Like, let's have I will have a real conversation with you. I've tried. So anyone else, everyone else that wants to make that same argument, because I've seen like 4 people make that argument, respond to the points that I made and then we can continue, right? But don't just circle back around and do a fallacy by assertion.
Bawdy, you are like willing to engage with anybody like deeply. I mean, I saw you talking with the maker and how he was attacking you on being mixed race, and you just had like a 30-minute convo with the guy on X. Like,
well, so like some people, like I love the trolling stuff. I love the insults, the colorful insults. At some point, I told him that I was post-white, that I was meta-white, right? Yeah. Which doesn't mean anything. That's nonsense. Yeah, exactly. So I kept trying to like occasionally like, hey, let's bring the conversation. Let me make sure like you're fine. Like let's come back to like something reasonable. But he never could. So I actually blocked him because I actually don't think it's healthy to be engaging him. I think he's not in a good spot. Like if he can't come back and take it easy, he's just not in a good spot mentally. So. Sorry,
yeah,
bro.
I mean,
it's hard.
And here's the thing, because I like what he's doing with XMR Bazaar, and he's like trying to, he's on there, he's with it. But then here he is like attacking you, and like, this is seriously what he believes, that you're a lesser human because you're of whatever mixed race or something. Like, once again, have your views, but you got to understand why we're not in agreement with your views and be okay with that, right? Like nobody's canceling your speech. We have no ability. And that's the thing too. They twist it like that we're the ones hijacking Monero. That is what Maverick is trying to say, that we are hijacking Monero. The people that have already been in Monero all this time, somehow we're hijacking it. That's like the person driving the car and somebody comes to steal the car. And then the guy stealing the car accuses the guy who's already driving the car of hijacking the car. It doesn't work like that. Like the hijackers are the ones that are showing up and trying to steal the car. We were already here driving in the car. Doors are open. We're welcome to anybody that wants to jump in. Maverick is trying to hijack it. And his crew. They're trying to hijack it. They're trying to hijack the narrative. And that's the dangerous part, right? So we could say, let's all just ignore each other, but there seems to be a real motive here, and it seems to be that they're trying to hijack the project, and at worst, trying to do things like push out the devs. They're okay with the most important people in this community leaving. So you know what? Go start your own Nazi coin where you only allow non-Jewish, only pure white people to develop your project. You could go, start it from scratch, and you could go do that. And then you could go not allow anybody who's not who's not a white person to use your protocol. Good luck doing that. Good luck enforcing it.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that would be a bit of an exaggeration of their position. And at this moment, I really want, and if Maverick's listening, I really would like to circle back around and just have a really calm, collected conversation where we stick to facts and logic and evidence, and let's take a step back. And I'll give you credit for, hey, maybe some hasty statements have been made here. Let's take a few steps back and reevaluate. Like, let's be clear about the things that that we're actually trying to say, that we actually believe. And the reason that I want to do that,
we have data scripts. Wow, Douglas, you didn't want to. I'm going to talk about this, man. And you can on viewers on stage. You guys can come up and talk. Just because I have no way of otherwise I don't filter people. Viewers on stage, people come up and talk. So once again, stop accusing me of censoring shit, because I'm not. You're twisting it. And that's what they keep trying to do, and it's really fucking manipulative. Nobody's
it is,
censoring.
Bro. But you gotta be completely unemotional and live on it. You just got, because the moment that they've got you riled up is the moment that they start winning. You just gotta be like, well, no, that's not true. I wasn't censoring. And here's like Danish. There's a viewers on stage. We have viewers on stage like every single Saturday. And you literally just made a comment that we just put up on the air. Like, who's censoring you, bro? That was a YouTube comment. Doug didn't even have to put that on the air. Right, like you can make an XMRChat in the middle of the show. There's no censorship
Connor,
against you here.
You're the one twisting. So yeah, you can come on viewers on stage, but they're just gonna twist anyway, and then after they're gonna go and say whatever they want to say.
But I'll tell you why it's
Bawdy,
important.
There is no reasonable conversation, Bawdy. You could go try to do it. You could have a spaces.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Doug. But it is important to have this conversation, because anyone that's on the fence or that might slightly have an inclination for some of those ideologies or think, yeah, maybe there's something there, there's a whole bunch of disaffected youth out there where, I mean, bro, you've seen it, the leftist, the insanity of like some of the stuff that's been done, the complete deplatforming for just saying like a few naughty words and other things like that. Like there are a lot of disaffected people out there that are interested in some alternatives and some different ideas. And if you go calmly and you show, hey, these guys, I'm trying to talk to them calmly and they keep doing these mischaracterizations, these misrepresentations. If you can very easily, very calmly, very quickly show, hey, that's not what I said, and you're doing like what's happening there doesn't feel like good faith. You're the guy that comes out on the other side that's like, hey, well, you know, Bawdy or Doug, you know, was just trying to speak reasonably the whole time, and they just kept bringing up all this nonsense. They couldn't respond to the points, and the point is that I know I'm never going to convince Maverick. I'm not trying to convince Maverick. What I'm trying to do is offer a reasonable alternative to people that might be somewhat attracted to that ideology but haven't made up their minds. It's not for Maverick. It's for the listeners that we can still grab back from the brink, from the precipice of like full-blown racism, Nazism, and exclusionary kinds of divisive mentalities.
Embarrassing look for the Fed script is like, do they have a binder? Like, do the feds have a binder of how to infiltrate a community and how to fucking, like, because it's really working well. We have an XMRChat minute. Let's have a real chat. Tip 10 cents. Same straw mans. Nobody thinks anyone a lesser human. Nobody cares that people are non-white are in the community. You guys don't understand the ethno-national side, just what you've seen on TV and movies. All right, so I don't understand the point, because ultimately this is like the convo I was trying to have with them yesterday. I don't get it, Bawdy. Maybe you can get it.
I do.
You
I do get it. I understand their paradigm. I can inhabit their paradigm. I could speak in their paradigm. I mean, I've listened to the greatest story never told. I can lead out with the conversation in connection with the Jewish question, right? AI Hitler. I've listened to that whole speech multiple times. I know your paradigm, guys. I know the evidence. I know the fact that
I've listened to the AI speeches, Hitler speeches as well. Like I'm not a head in the sand type of guy at all. Anybody who knows me should
I get their paradigm, and I'm willing to like give them credit for the little pieces that their paradigm is constructed off of, because there's some evidence that I would agree with them, right? Like there's differences between the races that are measurable, or between different genetic heritage, because, you know, like pigmentation doesn't necessarily imply race, but there's like real differences that we can see in key metrics across all different types of measurements, and that's fine. I'm not afraid of that, and I don't make a Nazi conclusion from that. And I know exactly, like I can see the deductive path that they've used to get where they're at, and I can inhabit their paradigm, even though I disagree with it. And so I would like to talk to them, because I feel like we actually agree on more than they realize. It's just that I think they've made some deductive fallacies, some bad conclusions, and I would just like to talk to them about it. I know that Maverick's not going to change his mind, or the maker is not going to change his mind, but I know there's a lot of listeners that might be influenced. So
okay, but so I understand their point. They don't want you living in the United States, correct?
I don't know. That's the thing, is I actually do need to ask them about that, because
they don't.
Well, actually, yes, no, that's true. Their ideal situation
or they don't,
has
if
people
you are
segregated.
living in the United States, you're not coming into contact with them at any point in their lives, and you're not influencing their culture where they live in any way. So
yes, but you also have to ask, okay, so that's your ideal end state, right? You want the blacks in Africa and the yellows in Asia, and the whites, I guess they get to keep North America, and the Indians don't get it back, but you know, because they conquered it or whatever. But the question is, what do you actually intend to do? Like, my mixed race asks, where do I go? Do I just have to like inhabit the borderlands, right, between like southern Texas? Like, is that where I have to stay? I genuinely want to know, like, what their solution is, right? What their final solution is for getting us from here to there. And because those things are important. If they're just like, hey, I just want to have my community and we don't want to let black people in, or brown people, okay, I'd be like, well, that's your right, bro. Like you have the right to do that and forge a community if that's what you want to do. And I don't oppose that in any way, except for like, you know, that's probably retarded in certain ways. But in terms of your rights of what you can do without anyone like physically stopping you, sure. So I really want to I also want to understand, like, further, how do you intend to get from here to there? You know, America for the Americans, you know, France for the French, English to the English, America to the Americans. It doesn't say America to the whites, bro. So if you want to live in a solely white culture, like, I don't know, do we need to make somewhere
right?
Where
so Maverick would say no. Actually, if you look at how this country was founded, the founding principles are for, you know, it's for white people.
That's why they imported all the slaves.
Yeah. So
that does make sense.
But what they don't like are finding to be dishonest about me is that I am interpreting that as you don't like my family, you don't like my child, right? So tell me where I'm wrong in that logic. How can you say you don't want to live in a country with people that aren't purely white, but then also say you're cool with Doug Tooman and his mixed-raced child? I don't see how those two things go hand in hand, because that's where they're really pointing at me, like, Doug, how dare you say that Maverick, hates your child? But that's what he's saying. How? Please help me understand where I'm.
I don't think he's saying he hates your child. He's just saying he doesn't want to associate with your child, and he thinks it's a mistake to mix the races. He thinks that culturally, genetically, that there's a reason we're segregated. It's better that way, and
okay,
it's
so
not that your child is like terrible.
So, Bawdy, imagine if I told you I don't want to associate with you. We're not friends anymore, right?
Yeah, no,
if
that's
you tell
true.
me you don't want to associate with my child, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face.
No, you don't have the right to do that. He has the right to say he hates your child for any ignorant reason he wants. If he hates your child specifically because he's a Catholic,
I'm defending
Jew,
my child at that point, Bawdy.
Like,
I'm defending. If somebody comes to my face and says they hate my child, I'm defending my child.
But yeah, I mean, you can verbally defend your child, but you can't like sticks and stones, bro. You can't use violence against words, and almost unless it's like an overt threat, like, hey, I hate your child and I'm going to do bad things, right? Like, okay, then you can get violent.
So at what point does it become an overt threat?
Well,
right? So
it's just saying I hate your child. Like that's inflammatory language, but that's not an overt threat.
All right, Bawdy,
you studied law.
You're trying to walk a line, because I understand, like, we understand.
Bro, that's just what the law says.
That's fine, right? I'm not gonna punch. I'm not gonna kill anybody that whatever just says the words "I hate your child," right? We I'm being a little over dramatic there, right? But my point is
protection of a new father.
If somebody is saying these things, then how could we? We're not friends, right? Can we at least agree on that?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously.
Okay. So that's my issue, and like they want me to be okay with their viewpoints when their viewpoints are I hate people that are of any race that aren't white or that are mixed race. So that then becomes a personal attack. Like, I don't see how you separate those two things. I don't see how you do that.
Yeah,
I don't see how that's possible.
It all started because I was just like, hey, can we be careful about maximalism? Like, I actually didn't realize the whole Nazi thing was so stark. I mean, I was like, wait, hey, no, that's not going to help. I saw it in the past. And I was like, that's not going to help us. Like, are you just being edgy? So
yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of the stuff that Maverick says, I'm like, I even want to like the post sometimes. I'm like, yeah, it's actually a good post, but it's like, it's the other stuff. It's like, man, that's so much maximalism. Monero made its claim. Like, we made our reputation is on the basis of people who are technically competent, who are generally like kind of at a higher level, that are not hype, shill, number go up types of people, with resistance to maximalism and a propensity, like a desire to learn from Bitcoin's mistakes and just try and stay generally rational. Like, and we had massive price performance. We got the respect of no coiners and butt coiners and gold bugs and Bitcoin maxis and B cashers alike. And that's how we got that. Like, that's how we earn the respect of a broad community. And so we just have those are the kinds of principles that made Monero, and we have to maintain those. And if it means fighting new fringe people that try to come in and pretend like, that act like they're a significant component of Monero, like then I'll do that, right? I'll go and fight those ideologies. I understand completely the arguments that some people make, like, hey, don't engage them. All it does is get them engagement. All it does is make them more powerful. And I mean, it's to some level, you just kind of have to ignore the crazies for a period of time. But you can see, like, there's, especially with the price pump. And here's another thing. I do think, and this will get into the price report eventually, but, I do think that Monero has a very solid chance of having a really good price performance over the coming years. And I really want to start early and say, hey, I know we're going to get good. I know our price deserves to be much higher. I won't give you a number at this moment, but it deserves to be much higher without the fuckery and the suppression. And so I feel like, hey, a lot of that has reached its maximum capacity and more people are coming on. We're going to have price performance and even more reason to say, hey, I know our price performance is good right now and everyone's happy. Let's just be careful. Let's try to not be too maximalist. Let's not convert ourselves into those laser-eyed maximalist number go up hype show motherfuckers, because our reputation and the reason we've outperformed all these other coins is precisely because we've said that we've made it a point to not be that way. So those are the values that I have that I think for Monero, and I'm going to articulate them. I'm not stepping on your freeze peach if I oppose your ideology, and I'm going to continue opposing those kinds, especially the maximalist NGU ideology. We need to stay like calm and rational and celebrate our price without making it the point of Monero. So anyways, that's probably all I got to say about that for now.
Yeah, we should move it along because we have I think Tony's got to run soon.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right. So we can
okay.
put the news on first if you want, Tony. Like that's totally
yeah,
fine.
is that okay?
Let
Yeah.
me pull up these super chats. Luke is a real literal communist. He literally tried to ban anyone who wasn't a woke communist, including Nazi people. Said F off. That's why he left. Messages should be available on his X. And Doug literally called anyone who called him out retards, feds, bots. No, not anybody who called me out. I don't know if you're a bot, if you're real. I mean, obviously, I was talking to real people in the chat yesterday. I know the Maker's a real person. I know Maverick's a real person. Is Maverick potentially a fed? Yes.
Or selected.
Yes.
Selected by, he could just be a young, naive Hitler youth, and he's being selected by the feds because he's the perfect guy. That's actually how they usually do things.
Yeah. I mean, if you were in the, I don't know, it seems for you. Let's have a real chat. Tip 10. Doug, you're misinterpreting. He never said hate, get real, LOL. Why are you talking about hate? So, yeah, I just don't get, like, they want to have it both ways. The logic doesn't work with me. I'm sorry, the logic does not work with me. You can't say you don't want people of a certain race and whatever religion living in your country, but then saying you're also cool with them. Doesn't that, like in America at least, right? So like that, there's no, like you said, there's no like pure Americans and everybody goes back to their own country. Like there are no pure Americans who like have a right to this country over anybody else. It's just maybe there's other countries you can make that argument. You can't make that argument here in this country.
Hey, also just a quick comment about Luke. Luke could be a flaming communist for all I know, but I wouldn't know because he never talks about it. So like, and the other thing, even if he was, and even if he mentioned it casually here and there, the fact that he's contributed so much to Monero gives him a lot of leeway to be like, all right, you know, like, bro, I totally disagree with that, but I still respect the fact you're contributing to Monero. We can agree on that. Shake hands.
Yeah, he has
none of these guys views. None of these Hitler youth have like, what have they actually done other than use the platforms that Doug built or other people built and then claim to be bringing on more followers? Like, okay, cool, marketing and all, but you know, that's such a far cry difference from the level that a guy like Luke has achieved. And you'll notice that these devs, they do have, okay, they occasionally put out a little bit of their ideology, maybe here and there, but it's absolutely not the point. They almost never talk about it, and they've actually contributed massively to Monero. So you guys are doing the exact opposite. You have put almost nothing into the Monero ecosystem other than some market cap and some new followers, and you're just like massively doing the, like going against like basic principles that Monero has fostered for years. So it's just the stark difference there.
Let me just cover the rest of these super chats. Blessed
Sorry, man, go ahead.
4 cents. We tried to introduce the Monero to the gambling industry. You guys literally attacked and took. Nobody here attacked and took down this gambling platform. You guys literally attacked and took down the platform. You say it's free speech, but you literally terrorizing his account, brand, calling everyone fed. We never said we want to kill your children. Yes, I am silencing Maverick. I'm taking down gambling sites that support him. I'm, you know, like, no, guys, that's just not happening. So I mean, that's an interesting theory, and it makes you suspect that you're trying to spread that theory, that you're trying to make Doug Tuman look like the one that's hijacking Monero. That's suspicious. That's suspicious that you guys are continuing trying to spin this narrative that that we are the one silencing people, we are the one controlling Monero, we are the one that are only allowing certain people to create certain products or use certain things with Monero. That is absolutely not the case. As Bawdy said, look, here I am right now bringing your tweet up on screen, right? Using XMRChat, which is a project that I'm a part of, right? So, and it's what's beautiful about XMRChat is anybody can send a message, and I bring them up. So no, you're just wrong. Another Beth Gibbons tip, 4 cents. My XMR transaction inputs reflect the principle of honest weights and measurements. The nonce in each block represents the cost of the difficulty. That's why I'm not interested in decentralized fiat, proof of stake, or L2 solutions, which do not have that. Okay. Unrelated to the topic, but important nonetheless. So let's continue to move on. If these guys want to jump on and viewers on stage, I can't stop anybody, and I don't intentionally try to stop on anybody. Obviously, if they come on and they're disruptive and just like completely trolling, no matter who you are or what you're talking about, we'll kick you off. But we'll leave it at that. Tony, does Tony need to run with news first? Bawdy, is that okay?
Yeah, 100%. Put Tony on first.
Okay. All right.
So let's run the news. Let's run the news. Where is it? All right, let me run the news clip, and Tony, you can take it away.
Okay.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Okay.
Alrighty.
If you can put my my screen.
Oh yes, here we go.
All right, so hey guys, welcome to the news section. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. The first thing that I want to talk about, well, let's have a relaxing weekend from now on. The first thing that I want to talk about is something really, really big. That Monero is now entering the top 25 tokens. It used to be top 10, and eventually it is going to be top 10. It really should be top 5. Should be, well, number 1. But yeah, so right now we are on, let's see, rank 23. So we passed a lot of, thank God we passed Pepe and all those other things. And yeah, we had a massive surge in price, which Bawdy's going to talk about for sure. A huge spike in price. And that's amazing.
We did pass Litecoin for some time, and I guess the other one was Toncoin.
Toncoin.
We since slipped, so.
Oh, wow. So I guess we were 17. So that's, yeah. I think, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, we were ranked 17. And hopefully soon we're going to reclaim rank 10, being in the top 10, which we used to be as well. We need to kick Dogecoin out of there. Hopefully that's not going to take that long, but yes, hopefully we're going to be there again soon. Now, the next thing I want to show you guys is Monero flyers for newbies, available in English, French, German, and Spanish. So let's go here and open it. And this is the website, usexmr.com. And then if you want to, oh, that's cool. So you can actually download the light and dark mode PDF for these brochures. And let's see, let's actually click on them so we can get a better view of them. Oh, beautiful, nice. So it's a two-page. Yeah, it's a two-page brochure. Very beautiful, easy to understand. Download Cake Wallet or whatever wallet you want, but that's what we use. And yeah, very, very simple, very beautiful. I like how it looks like. It's a really nice design. And I'm really happy that we have a lot of information to give out to new people that are coming into Monero. When a lot of us started, we mostly had just the Mastering Monero book, which is, it's actually pretty friendly. There's a lot of math in there, from what I remember. It's been a couple of years since I read it, but nowadays you just have so much information if you want to learn more about Monero, which is awesome. So yeah, if you guys want to get some flyers, you can go to usexmr.com and spread it this way. You can also buy a good way to kind of spread the awareness. I used to buy stickers And there used to be a website with a pretty good deal. You could buy a bunch of them for a pretty cheap price. And wherever I went, I would just stick an XMR sticker on vacation and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's beautiful design and it's cool. And I'm also watching the YouTube comments, guys. So if you have any link that you want to discuss, or if you have anything to say in regards to what I'm saying, then I'm paying attention to the chat too. And we currently have 0 likes. So if you can give a like, subscribe, comment, that'll be very helpful as well. Now, I want to talk about, which we talked about this topic in the past, but this person on Reddit said, don't cry because it's delisted, smile because that means it's working. And he mostly talks about Bitcoin and what Bitcoin became nowadays, which it's just in the hands of the institutions, essentially, how the large institutions just embrace Bitcoin fully, and that it's in their interest to do so. So that's what it mostly say. And I actually would like to read a bit about it, because he does make the point that, and indeed, we don't need these centralized exchanges, but as we talked in the past, it is in a way important. Like, yes, we really don't need them, and that's awesome. We're not dependent on them. But in the same time, and Doc talked about it, we talked about it on the show, it's important to have Monero on these centralized exchanges just because of visibility, and more people would see it and get into it. It's on Kraken, but it would be nice if somehow, I don't think it's going to happen, but if somehow we would be on Coinbase, just because so many people are using Coinbase and that they would see it and have more visibility, like the layman, that they are into crypto, they have Coinbase, but they are not on Reddit like we are, they're not on X like we are, and they might have heard about Monero, but not really. So in that regards, it would be nice to have Monero on centralized exchanges. But yeah, let's read a couple of points. He made some good points. So Bitcoin's price may go up, but the embracing of Bitcoin by large institutions should tell everyone that it is now in the institution's best interest to do so. Now that they have capitulated to a force they can no longer control. They now embrace Bitcoin, directly purchase or facilitate the purchasing of Bitcoin and promote Bitcoin because it is something they do control, co-opted long ago by the very institutions and special interests that it was created to circumvent. And governments and large institutions embracing Bitcoin should not be welcomed by celebration but alarm. Bitcoin has made people and will probably continue to make people exceptionally wealthy, but we can no longer pretend it is the tool of financial sovereignty Satoshi envisioned it to be. And yes, it hasn't been for a long time. And we do see a lot of numbers being published out there, right? We passed the 100K. That was the 100K laser eye for a long time. We passed the 100K, and then possibly we're going for the $1 million Bitcoin. I mean, that's totally possible. Not the US is the Bitcoin reserve. So, and a lot of other countries are looking into it, buying. You got JD Vance and all these people talk about Bitcoin now. So, is it going to reach 1 million? Maybe, possibly, but that doesn't mean that it's better. It doesn't make it a better product. Just like somebody that. We all know people that have a lot of followers, and they actually don't provide any value, but they have a lot of followers. That doesn't mean anything. And as Bitcoin adoption, not as currency, but as a store of value, because it doesn't work as a currency, but now it's just some glorified Pokemon card, really, that you just hold. As Bitcoin adoption, not as a currency, but as a store of value increases, so will the regulations surrounding it. Its inherent non-fungibility makes and will increasingly make transactions activity on the network easier to track, and importantly, easier to enforce regulation on. To quote Bitcoin power player and Blockstream CEO Adam Back, Bitcoin's fungibility is worse than PayPal. Yes, when it comes to and fungibility is just such an important aspect of a currency. And for a reason that we know, but in case you may not know, maybe you're new, it's important for a currency to have fungibility, because say if, this Monero didn't have fungibility, and it's like Bitcoin, and this Monero has been used by some president or something, it will be worth more than a regular Monero. And as far as I know, there's a there's a market for virgin Bitcoins that have no transaction history because they're worth more, obviously, than one that has been associated with criminals like the North Korean hackers. Obviously, the one that is clean will be worth more. So fungibility is very, very important. Monero has so many important things. But so I thought about talking about this, and now let's move on. Another post from Reddit from Frederick. It doesn't make sense when people say Bitcoin was hijacked. It wasn't. It was designed, and this is what Frederick said on Reddit. He said it wasn't. It was designed to be a honeypot for the elite. Think about it. 21 million cap. Clearly, there won't be enough Bitcoin for everyone to go around. Also, a small percentage of the population is already hoarding 97 that's already been mined, causing an artificial price surge. God forbid if one loses access to that precious digital gold. Public ledger, anyone with internet access can see who has how much Bitcoin, how much was spent, senders and recipients' addresses. Fungibility, forget it. No two Bitcoins are worth the same value. A Bitcoin that was used for crime can be easily seized, and it'll be worth less, of course. You don't want to be associated with that. I mean, you'll become a criminal, essentially, or associated with the past criminals or the criminal activity that has been used in that coin. And ASIC mining. Only those who can afford those expensive specialized hardware are allowed to have a say in the protocol. And an important statement, don't get me wrong, I commend Satoshi, as we all do, for showing the world that there is finally an alternative to fiat. Bitcoin, unfortunately, is just not it. And these are very, very good points. Now, with the 21 million cap, yes, I mean, you can divide Bitcoin to very, very small amounts, which is nice, but still, the people like Michael Saylor, BlackRock, all these institutions that are now hoarding a large percentage of Bitcoin, and it's because of ASIC mining is obviously centralized. These are all things that are not good. Now, I mean, I don't think Satoshi wanted that, obviously, from the beginning. He gave birth to something very, very important, but because of how Bitcoin works, that's what it eventually led into. And Monero is the big upgrade that is getting upgrades, very important upgrades. Now, Retoswap hits 50 million plus volume, over 1,000 trades in May, and the Monerotopia giveaway. Retoswap continues to grow fast. We just crossed 50 million in total volume, and for the first time ever surpassed 1,000 trades in a single month. Giveaway, number one complete. Our trade by mail giveaway just wrapped, and one lucky buyer / seller payer each received $50 in Monero straight into their non-custodial Retoswap wallets. But giveaway number 2 is a Monerotopia 2025 ticket. So they're giving away one ticket to Monerotopia taking place on June 20th to 22nd in Prague. So if you want to enter, go on Retoswap on X, follow them, and like this giveaway post, and that's it. And then winners will be announced June 6th, so pretty soon. So while you have time, go on Retoswap if you're interested to win a Monerotopia 2025 ticket. It's an amazing event, and I hope that you're going to win. And if you don't win, then you should go regardless, because it's just a good event. So that's awesome. Now, we talked about, I think, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, about that, I think, famous person's daughter or something that was attacked in Paris, and they tried to steal her crypto or stuff like that, or they tried to kidnap her. Well, this time, let's talk about an American tourist that just lost everything. $123,000 in Bitcoin, gone, drugged, robbed, hit by a car. And as kind of expected, it happened in London. There's a lot of crime in London, and they target people that have crypto. It's dangerous, so you should be careful. Still, it's still very beautiful in London. But yeah, so he was visiting London, went out for drinks, and he called an Uber, but it was a fake Uber. It was a fake cab. The driver looked legit, but inside the car, the driver offered him a cigarette. He took it, then he felt dizzy, drowsy, completely docile, and then, essentially he took his phone, and then he lost his private keys, seed phrases, all this stuff. So all his money is gone. I mean, they could do the same with Monero, in this case. But yeah, it's crazy what people are doing. Yeah, it's a sad story. But on the positive side, so we were talking about Ross maybe going to the PorcFest, and I guess he is. He's going to PorcFest. So Bruce Fenton posted on X. He said, "Great to see Ross Ulbricht free and enjoying life, as we all do enjoy seeing him free. It was an emotional movement to see him and his wonderful mom, Lynn, who I've known for years. Lynn tirelessly attended Bitcoin and Liberty events, spreading the word on Ross's case. They'll both be at PorcFest in New Hampshire this year." So that's awesome. And then Doug reposted that. And then he said, "Sounds like Ross and his mom will be at PorcFest this year. We hope to get him to come hang out with us at Monerotopia Privacy Coin tent that will be ran with Aaron our day." And then Doug also said, "I believe Aaron has accurately predicted that this will be the year of privacy coins at PorcFest. It does seem to be the case. This will be taking place at the same time as MoneroCon, and we'll be streaming the MoneroCon talks live at our tent. It's going to be a good time for sure. Maybe Ross stops in when we are streaming a Kayaba Nerve talk on Monero's upcoming FCMB implementation." So it sounds like an amazing time. And I've actually met his mom, and indeed, she was going to these events trying to just get Ross, her son, out of jail. And I'm so happy that he's out, and I'm happy that he's going to go to PorcFest. It's going to be a really good time. Now let's talk about, Mitchell, he posted on X. He's an analyst at Blockware team, and he said, "I asked Sailor if MicroStrategy has any plans to publish on-chain proof of reserves. His answer will shock you. It's a bad idea." So it's 1 minute and 46 seconds. Let's give it a listen. And can you guys give me an okay if you can hear the audio, please, in the YouTube chat, or Doug Bawdy?
Huge fan of everything you've done. Does Strategy have any plans to publish their on-chain proof of reserves?
Yeah, proof of reserve is an interesting thing. Let me make the following point. A lot of people learn stuff from FTX and Mt. Gox, but I'm not sure they learned the things that the institutional community needs to learn going forward. The current conventional way to publish proof of reserves is an insecure proof of reserves. It actually dilutes the security of the issuer, the custodians, the exchanges, and the investors. It's not a good idea. It's a bad idea. It's like publishing the address and the bank accounts of all your kids and your phone numbers of all your kids, and then thinking somehow that makes your family better. It doesn't make your family better. So no institutional grade or enterprise security analyst would think it's a good idea to publish all of the wallet addresses such that you can be traced back and forth and every future transaction can be traced. I would say go to the AI, put it in deep think mode, and then ask it, what are the security problems of publishing your wallet addresses and how might they undermine the security of the company over time? It'll write you a book. It'll be 50 pages of security problems. So the problem with proof of reserves, the way that people do it right now, is it's first of all, it's a proof of assets that is insecure, and it is not a proof of liabilities. And so if you really want crypto security,
yeah. So the answer is no. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Yeah, somebody said, is Sailor correct in that publishing proof of Bitcoin reserves is a bad idea, or is it a lame excuse that raises suspicions that he actually doesn't have what he says he has? And this person asked Grok, and Grok said, let's see what Grok said. Michael Sitter's view that publishing proof of reserves is a bad idea has some merit, but is debated. POR shows assets but not liabilities, so it doesn't fully prove solvency, as Ledger notes. Security risks, like exposing wallet details, are a concern for Coinbase. But modern PR uses Merkle trees and audits to mitigate this. As Investopedia explains, no evidence links to PR to breaches per Cyber Defense magazine. Transparency from PR builds trust with exchanges like Kraken adopting it as standard. Sailor's caution isn't baseless, but suspicions of hiding assets lack evidence. It's a trade-off, security versus openness. The industry leans towards PR, but the debate persists. So yeah, no. Michael Sitter doesn't want us to.
Huge fan of everything
Oops.
he's done.
So Michael Sitter doesn't want us to to see whether he has what he has. And again, like sometimes I just think whenever I see his name, I just keep thinking about his Bitcoin bet. It's insane, just how much money he has in Bitcoin and his bet. Like it just reminds me of 2008. But yeah. Now let's move on and let's talk about
the funny thing about that sailor thing though is that it's like he's basically saying how Bitcoin needs privacy. You know, he doesn't want people to see his wallet balances. He doesn't want people to see the Bitcoin that they hold. Maybe he should be using Monero.
Didn't he say in one interview like a couple of years ago, maybe you need like if you want privacy, maybe you need a Monero? Did he say that? I think he did a couple of years ago. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Okay. I remember that was big. Yeah. Maybe he wants privacy just for himself and then for us plebs to make it public. Just make it private for him and his friends. Yeah. Now, moving on, let's talk about Mayor Adams. And so he held a summit in New York City, and it's quite funny. So New York City hosted its first ever crypto summit. The event took place at Gracie Mansion, the mayor's residence, and was attended by prominent figures from the crypto industry, many of whom are based in New York. At the event, Mayor Adams made a case that he felt the attendees' pain, stating that they've wrongfully been persecuted, and he claimed that it's now safe for those in the Bitcoin and crypto industry to both speak up and set up shop in New York. Look how they treated you, said Mayor Adams. You were treated as though you were the enemy instead of the believers, he added. You've been hiding in the shadows, afraid to come out now. And then people started asking him, then you should take off the bit license, like if you really care about this. So I don't know what his response is, but yeah, people said to build a thriving crypto economy, we have to get rid of the bit license, said one attendee. We at least need to build a regulatory sandbox in New York City. So with the bit license, it does make it a lot more difficult to operate. And that's because obtaining a bit license, as it's stating here in Bitcoin Magazine, often costs upwards of $100,000 and takes months, if not years, of cutting through red tape and hopping over bureaucratic hurdles to attain. So I wonder what he's gonna do. Is he gonna get rid of the bit license? That'll be awesome, but I haven't seen anything about it yet. So yeah, hopefully we'll talk about it one day. But I'm curious of what he's gonna do if he really wants to ease the pain and to let people come out of the shadows, as he says. So we'll see about that. Now, let's see. This post is from Marion Naufal. New York City Mayor's bodyguard tied to crypto torture den. So one of Eric Adams' bodyguards is under investigation after allegedly helping two crypto bros kidnap and torture a tourist over Bitcoin keys. Victim was picked up at the airport, taken to a 30K Nolita townhouse and held for 17 days, beaten, shocked, forced to smoke crack, and dangled from a staircase. What the hell? Cops found a saw, night vision goggles, and Polaroids with a gun to his head. Oh, Jesus, like, what? This is just maniacal. This is obviously not, like, if you really wanted to just steal his Bitcoin keys, this was not necessary. They could have done a lot less than that. It's quite sickening. But the suspects, crypto millionaires, the vibe, high-end frat house meets cartel dungeon, 100 million fortunes, the 30 million ransom, and NYPD's credibility bleeding out on the floor. And that's what it talks about. Let's actually watch this video, and then we're going to move on.
This morning, a first look at the Italian businessman and alleged kidnapping victim running barefoot and flagging an officer for help, an exclusive video obtained by WNBC. The unidentified victim, appearing to carry a bag and another item, escaped this luxury New York City townhouse where prosecutors say he was electrocuted, pistol whipped, and held captive for weeks in a shocking scheme to steal his Bitcoin. According to a bail application, the 28-year-old was finally able to escape Friday by promising to provide the defendant with his Bitcoin password contained on his laptop. When the defendant left the victim to retrieve the victim's laptop, the victim was able to escape down the stairs.
John, did you kidnap that tourist?
Crypto millionaire John Waltz was arrested Friday and now faces numerous charges, including assault and kidnapping. Law enforcement sources say an accomplice who has not been publicly identified is expected to turn himself in this week. Both had been in business for years with the alleged victim, whose net worth is around $30 million, as cryptocurrencies have surged in value in recent months. Bitcoin up nearly 60% over last year. A motivating factor, security experts say, for criminals.
There's less guardrails on moving crypto than there is cash and wire transfers. So I think in the crypto world, you're going to have to start looking at some of the same safeguards as that we have in the regular banking and wire world.
Brazen attacks on crypto entrepreneurs have been popping up around the world.
I'm really concerned.
Crypto regulation expert Alexander Amanino says he started avoiding industry gatherings and varying his commute after a series of violent incidents in France.
I like how they let him just, they put like a sentence and then they just talked over him. I was actually interested in what he had to say.
This month.
Just the fact of being in the crypto ecosystem puts you a target in the back.
Yeah, there we go. They continued it now.
Emily, do we know how?
But yeah, it's sad stuff. And then that's why privacy is very, very important. Even if you have Monero, obviously they, if you post about it online, that you have Monero or all this stuff, they'll go for you. But overall, like privacy is important. Giving you KYCing yourself to Coinbase and these platforms is putting you at risk because they just have so much information about you. And we talked about it, I think, 2 weeks ago, where some hackers they got a lot of information, such as addresses, phone numbers, emails, all this stuff about a lot of Coinbase's customers. So yeah, sad stuff. And just be careful. Be careful what you post, and just be careful. Don't boast online about how much you have and what you have and all these things. Now let's talk about the Fluffy Ponies post quickly. And essentially, it just says that he says this is where we are in terms of quantum computing and fully aligns with what PQC researchers I speak to have been saying. The doomsayers can be quite aggravating, but we are not close. So not close to practical breaks, and the leaps we need to make to get them are vast. So he said we're not close to, being broken by quantum computing. I would say the risk is still there, obviously, with time. But for now, he said we are okay. And this is the image. Now, let's see. Let's talk about... Let's watch this video. So Isa posted on X, she said, we're going to break a world record with the most Bitcoin transactions in one day. And Bitfaced reposted it and he said, lol, is anyone going to tell them that those are not Bitcoin transactions? So let's watch this video.
Break the world record with the most Bitcoin transactions ever in one day. And we got all the POS devices. Point of sale, that's what POS means. Ooh. And all you have to do is find Rockstar. He's gonna give you a card with $20 worth of sats, and all you have to do is just purchase things. And that's literally all you have to do, and you will be participating in the world record of Bitcoin transactions.
And if you do a good job, a new card will be this one.
That would be amazing.
I like it.
It's her, right?
What you didn't print it?
Yeah.
She didn't print it.
No.
You didn't show me that.
All right, you don't need to play this whole video.
Yeah, okay. I was cutting it off now. Yeah. But I'm going to take it on the positive side and just say that, it's if they can get more people onboarded on Bitcoin, that's good with me. And then eventually, hopefully, they're going to find their way to Monero or more. So, whatever. If you get people interested and learn more about it, and that's okay. Yeah, but it's still quite comical.
I mean, my hope with MoneroCon and Monerotopia PorcFest taking place at the same time, is we could get the most Monero transactions happening a day on chain, real Monero transactions, not second layer, not Lightning Network, not some custodial thing. On chain Monero transactions.
Yeah, I'm very curious too, because the events are overlapping, so that'll be interesting to see. Now let's watch this video from Fluffy Pony. So he wrote, leaked an internal training video for how Worldcoin and the orb will be used in the future has been snuck out from Worldcoin HQ. Truly a wonderful future in store. Just quick, Lucifer wrote on YouTube, Douglas, can you please reach out to Big Word 356, show him how to accept Monero donations through chat XMR on his live YouTube videos like you do, and explain to him why. So, Doug, if you can help him.
Yeah, thanks to Worldcoin, I found out my date yelled at a baby once. Definitely dodged a bullet there.
Oh, the orb is awesome. Like, I scanned my iris once, and now I know exactly who I shouldn't really hang out with.
So the orb, it basically lets us only hire, employees with verified good behavior, which is great because there's no more office drama.
So Worldcoin flagged my sister for gossiping, which, yeah, was harsh, but I guess it's necessary. Like, we all kind of have to do our part.
Yeah, honestly, my social score jumped like 10 points after I reported my neighbor for littering. Worldcoin, really rewards good citizens.
Worldcoin, totally stopped me joining this study group with a guy who forgot to recycle twice, actually. Honestly, saved my GPA.
Yeah, feels pretty great knowing Worldcoin is always, watching out, so I don't really have to.
I mean, I just use Worldcoin to screen other parents at play dates. So my kid, only socializes with good influences.
So Orb basically banned this trainer who kind of had a toxic attitude that, dragged everyone's scores down. Fitness feels like safe again.
Yeah, dating's a lot simpler now because you can, just orb scan your match. Makes it easy to avoid anyone flagged as emotionally unstable, I guess.
The Orb by Worldcoin.
But the thing is, the scary part is that people would actually think like that. It kind of reminds me of if you guys watched the Black Mirror episode. What was it? It was with somebody's daughter, and she had something implanted, and I think the mom could see through her daughter's eyes, and she could blur things and things like that. I don't know. Just this thing could become a reality, and it'll be very, very sad. And then Mon, hey Tony, what about Trump giving a massive contract to Palantir to create a massive database on the data of every single American? And that's actually the last thing that we're going to talk about. So yes, I do have that. That's very big. So let's talk about that. If you have anything anon, Mon, to say about it, I'll read out too. So, but yeah, that's really big for sure. We can miss that. So this is an AI too long didn't read summary of the full article because I can't access the full article. Well, I think there's a website that archives it, but let's just read the summary. So the Trump administration is expanding federal surveillance capabilities through increased reliance on Palantir's data analysis technology. President Trump's March executive order mandates data sharing across federal agencies, enabling the potential creation of a centralized, it's crazy, a database of Americans' personal information. Palantir's Foundry platform, now deployed at least 4 agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security and the Health and Human Services Department, facilitates the organization and analysis of vast datasets. The administration has sought access to detailed citizen data, including bank account numbers, student debt amounts, medical claims, and disability status from government databases. Palantir has secured over $100 million in federal contracts since Trump took office, with ongoing talks to expand the technology to the Social Security Administration and the IRS, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees. Oh God, that just sounds absolutely horrible. It just sounds like we are heading to a Chinese communist system in which you have the credit score and things of that nature. So yeah, it's absolutely horrible. And we use all these platforms are free, Facebook, Instagram, all these things are free, but as we all know, you are the product. There's just so much data being collected about you, and it's gonna be used against you. Like the best way of, if somebody put it in a nice way, like for example about Alexa or these things that you train, or any algorithm really, like you train it, you train the algorithm, but the algorithm trains you eventually. And in this day and age, I think it's also very, very important. Nothing is free. I comment on a free YouTube stream, right? But it's very important. Education is very, very important, and because in this day and age, if you are a dumb individual, then the algorithm is gonna just show you a bunch of dumb things. Like, have you guys ever been on somebody's phone or something, and you go through their YouTube or stuff like that, and it's just so many, or Instagram, and they just have so many idiotic things in their algorithm. Before, and even now, you go to a library and you get all kinds of stuff, if that may awaken a bit of intelligence in you, but now this is just the algorithm. If you're dumb, then it's just going to feed you more of it. Honey said, if you're here, you're so far ahead of the people who still. Yes, you are ahead. But yeah, in general, I just hope that, like, the first thing that every new president-elect or every government should focus on is just education. Because if we are educated, then it's going to solve a lot of problems, and stuff like that would not happen. See, probably not a lot of people even know about this. I think, we know about it because we are into it, but what about all the other people? Because it's horrible. I think Palantir and Worldcoin are good things, and the thing is, people would actually think like that we saw in that video. Like, oh, thanks for this implant. Now I can see, I've avoided this person because I've scanned everything about them, or their credit score is low, so I don't want to be associated. Was a Worldcoin video parody? Yeah, it's AI generated, I'm pretty sure, but it's very funny. Now, yeah, so guys, that was it for this week. I don't think I have anything else. Nope, I don't. Yeah, so that was it. Thank you guys for joining us. Like and share. There's only one like on YouTube. It helps us to spread the word. And yeah, have a good weekend. Enjoy your week, and we'll see you next week. If you guys always have any news leak that you want to share with me, you can on X, or even as I'm doing the show, if you guys have anything you want to talk about, like on Mon. So yeah, thank you guys, and I'll see you next time. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, buddy. Doug, you're muted.
Yeah, I got a crying baby in the background over here.
Not
really crying, actually, making noises, cute noises.
Happy cries. Happy cries.
827 live viewers. So actually, yeah, no, we got a lot of people tuning in. A lot of people tuning in. Guys, like, share, retweet. Let's continue to grow the show. People like drama, I guess. It's like the drama is when we end up getting more views. It's kind of funny, actually. Slightly sad.
I want to say something about that. Just I guess a small couple sentence summary. All in all, let's focus on, let's be diplomatic with each other. Let's focus on Monero. I don't like these extremist views, Nazism, and all these things. They're really, really horrible. And in Europe, they do take us to Auschwitz, and it's just a horrible place, seeing the Barsos made of the Jews and all this stuff. So, anyway, but I don't want to deal with those kind of people, and I definitely don't want Monero to be so associated with it. But anyway, nobody can associate anything to Monero, because Monero is neutral. It doesn't matter what you say. Even if, unfortunately, people would associate, if most of the community has, extremist beliefs, they would associate it with Monero. But ultimately, Monero is neutral. It doesn't care. It doesn't care if you're a criminal. It doesn't care if you buy fat chips on XMR Bazaar. It doesn't care. It's gonna work for whoever. So yeah, let's be good. Let's be diplomatic and just keep building, because it's stupid to fight against each other. If anybody attacks you, maybe explain about it. But let's let's not spend too much time with those kind of people, disassociate, and just keep building. So, Tony, I see your point about the soap bars, lampshades, etc. aren't real. Okay, one thing that I must say, so actually, we should make more personal attacks. Yeah, no more attacks, but one thing I'm going to say, and I'll leave it at that. I read a bunch of horrible, morbid books. If you guys know Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Gulag Archipelago, I've read a bunch of memoirs. And it just so happened, actually, that I was reading about Auschwitz in the past, 2 weeks. Just I was not aware of the situation until a couple of days ago. And that memoir has been the most horrific thing I've ever read in my entire life. It just made me puke. It's horrible. So let's stop with the violence, obviously. Peace, Monero, privacy, and, good life. So that's what I have to say.
Good points, Tony. Although I'm sure there's many here who would, not many here, but many in the Maverick community that might even disagree with you there on how you're categorizing things. And honestly, we don't know the truth, right? We don't know the truth of what actually happened. But what we do know for sure is Hitler was a bad guy, right? So to turn it into he's a hero now, I mean, to be part of that camp, good luck. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to those who found themselves in that position where they're now praising this person. I mean, do you really think Hitler would be pro Monero? But there's no way, right? So to praise Hitler, you think Hitler would want his, the people that he is ruling over to have access to money that he can't control and surveil? You think he'd want the Jews to be able to use Monero to escape with their money? He would ban Monero. He would insta-ban Monero. So to be a pro Hitler, pro Monero person, that just in and of itself, once again, I don't understand the logic.
No, and he probably doesn't even want to have that level of privacy within his Nazi personnel, And plus, he was a dishonest person. No matter what he signed, it was pointless. He put his signature in there, and then next week he's gonna attack anyway.
Hitler definitely a bad guy. He would have banned Monero. I mean, yeah. I didn't talk to Maverick about that. The thinking originally was I was going to have him on the show, and these are things I would have asked him. But I just don't see how it could be any other way, right? So you're pro free speech money, but you're also pro totalitarian. So you're a status that loves totalitarianism and Monero. Seems a little bit conflicting.
Yes, and one thing that I do want to add. See, even with these kind of views, you can hop on the show, on this very show, and you can talk about it. You can, we put whatever comment you have, we don't hide, block, whatever. If you have something to say, come on the show. Or, let's do a space, record it, whatever. But, yeah, Doug is posting every comment, every rude comment, every attack, every founded, not founded, and he's responding to it. So there's nobody's hiding, nobody anything. But let's definitely, let's stop. It's just, doesn't.
Good job, Tony. Do we have any super chats that we missed? Somebody tipped over here. Somebody just tipped 4 cents. XMR is the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for the tips. Thank you.
Free Gaza tipped 25 cents. Though we cannot control online racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc., no one in the Monero community should be personally attacked or targeted. That's where you lose the free speech argument. Keep your head up, Doug. We have a lot of love for you, what you do for Monero. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. What was it? I think we had one here. Neil has tipped $12.34. Always very generous. Thank you so much, man. Wow, the big bad boogeyman are going to steal my crypto since they know how much I own. Oh wait, there's Monero. Never mind. I guess referring to some of the news stories that Tony was talking about.
Yes, but just still don't post how much you have online, because even if they just know you have Monero, it doesn't matter if they know how much. They know you have it. And there's.
I really have barely any Monero left. I sold most of mine for Zcash recently because
I got Pirate Chain.
What I was seeing was happening in the Monero community. The Nazis have pushed me out. I am now an Israeli coin Zcash guy. So
I'm all in Pepe and Parachain myself and Fartcoin.
And I don't have much of it, so don't come rob my Zcash, please. All right. I kid, but do I? I don't know, man. I'm checking out Zcash a little. Monero Maverick has me looking at Zcash. He is such an effective promoter of Monero that he has me looking at Zcash. Just saying. Like, I'm just honest, guys. All right, let's move it along. Bawdy, you want to go ahead and do price report? You're good to go. I'll run the segment.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Let's
Bye.
see.
See you, Tony.
Thanks so much. As
See you
always.
guys. Thank you guys.
Great job. Here we go. Run the price report. Bam.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, Tony, let me bring up Bawdy, bring up your charts.
Yeah. Let's put aside the drama for a minute and just try and talk about price.
The drama will resurface on viewers on stage. So yeah, no need to mention it at all right now.
We've covered so much of it. So looking at the price here this week, not really a too eventful week in price like across the board in general. Monero's had kind of a pullback. So here we are looking at the weekly chart for Monero, and you can see that basically we kind of touched that pleb line, really in a pretty obvious spot. Like it's one of those situations where it's like this line right here is just so easy and obvious to draw that everyone's looking at the same line, which means that that's where some people are going to be taking profits. And regardless of what we want to think, there are plenty of traders out there in Monero. There are plenty of people that remember thinking up here, oh God, I should have sold, right? And then not selling and then writing this thing down for like 3 years now, to come back 4 years actually. So yeah, it's unsurprising. There's going to be some sellers, and that's really not a problem. That's probably a good thing. So yeah, we hit like a pretty obvious resistance spot. Here's another thing to look at that I showed you guys a couple weeks ago. This is the very top of the upper standard deviation. Moving standard deviation. So basically we've gotten above that, and it's one of these situations where you say, in a statistical sense, you've gone straight from one area of significance here, right? That level that we finally got up to after a period of time, and then broke through that, just massively pumped, and then got above the very next upper standard deviation line, the very highest one, and even pumped above that, right? So getting up to this level here was significant, both because of in a technical sense, a technical analysis, tea leaves. It was significant both for the pleb line touch and also because we were quite far above the moving standard deviation. So a pullback here is really not surprising in the slightest. It's not a problem for the potential for price continuation. I very much suspect that especially if crypto and markets tend to be positive over the coming weeks and months, then Monero should rebound to the top of this line. And it could very well be one of these situations where, we're going to find some support, come back to the top of the line. If we touch this line again, guys, it's over. Forget it. It's a foregone conclusion. We're going to beat the line and we're going to come up somewhere, right?
Thank you, Maverick. Maverick is doing a fantastic job.
Bro, I have no idea. I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who that guy is.
Well, I do just want to bring something up because this Anon man comments on XMRChat are being censored. Nobody's censoring comments, man. And Anon man, you've been around. You've been part of this community. We're never intentionally censoring anything. So please chill, man. Even if you see like we haven't pulled up an XMRChat, we're not censoring you. We pull up all XMRChats. So chill out.
I mean, guys, y'all are on YouTube, and you know that Google is filtering certain types of words. So we might even get a strike just because we said the 88 too much. Well, we actually didn't say 88. We just said 8, right? We just said the H word too many times, the H name. So, I mean, bro, we can't stop. If like, do you really think like we're in cohort, like we're collaborating with Google to censor particular people's comments in the chat here? I mean, I don't know. I guess I take actually, can you censor comments on Google? Are you allowed to? Can you? I guess you can. Anyways, we're not doing any of that. We're putting you guys up here. Like Doug is like,
I don't even know how to do that.
That he doesn't. Like, he doesn't have to put these comments. They're YouTube comments. Like he doesn't have to put your comment on screen, man. Like, come on. All right. Anyways,
yeah, we prioritize
the drama
XMR.
aside.
Any XMR chat that's sent, we will bring it up. Any YouTube comment or X comment, I can't promise that I'll bring it up because we prioritize XMR chats. So if you want your comment to come up, send it as an XMR chat. We'll bring it up.
Can I ask a favor that, if there are XMR chats that show up that are regarding the drama, can we save those for the end and try to just focus on price? I'd really not rather talk about Monero Maverick in relation to the price. I mean, okay, it is slightly related to the price, and maybe I can address it shortly, but I prefer not to.
We'll save those for the end for sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, so we've got, like I said, we've got this situation where we've tagged this very, very obvious pleb line. We definitely got pretty far ahead of the upper standard deviations, and so a pullback was reasonable here. And price, like, this is still bullish. Like, it doesn't, like, there's no reason that this is that it's over to the downside. My theory here would be that if we find a way to consolidate, Monero price consolidates and touches this pleb line again, it's over to the upside, right? Like we're going higher if that happens, right? So a touch of this pleb line again is extremely bullish. So I'll be hoping for that. If the markets continue to be bullish here, and there's actually quite a few reasons to think that they will be. We'll talk about that with the macro. But yeah, I think Monero definitely has solid potential for continued positive price action. And another thing is, like, I think just in general, Monero has a lot of potential for positive price action over the coming years, right? I think the fractional reserve and all the fuckery and the delistings and like all of it, they pretty much maxed out everything they can do. The last thing they could really try to do is try and get Monero delisted from Kraken in various states in the United States. I wouldn't put anything past them, but I think that's going to be pretty difficult for the people. For like, if they do that, they're just going to shine a big spotlight on Monero and say, wait, you just said crypto is legal, Mr. Trump. Why, like, is it? Why are y'all now? Why are people trying to ban it? I thought it was totally fine, and now this one is bad, right? They won't, so they're not going to do it. It works against them. So the worst of the attacks is over, and from here, it's just like, it's a foregone conclusion. People are coming into Monero. Like, just look at the current environment situation. People of all different, I don't know, everything are coming into Monero, from criminals to people that just like the coin. So I do think we've got solid, rosy years ahead of us for price action. So whether that has to manifest immediately right now, I don't know. At the moment, this current weekly candle does. So contrary to what I was just saying over the short-term price, this actually does have a feel of kind of a bearish engulfing candle. That doesn't necessarily mean anything when you've gone up this much in price. Usually bearish engulfing candles are, I would personally look at them as more significant in other types of situations than ones where you pumped to the level that Monero has pumped recently. Yep. So let's go and take a look at the Monero versus Bitcoin price. You can see, same kind of deal here. We're on the weekly. We've had a little bit of a pullback candle, and again, a very, very clear and obvious spot. Like this line that I had drawn here, that was drawn from 2 weeks ago. Like we just happened to touch that line exactly, and it makes sense, right? Because that's exactly where the weekly closes were happening. At the top of the bull market in 2021 and the bottom of the XMR BTC bear market, which always just so happens seems to coincide with massive pumps in crypto, pumps that are unsustainable, pumps based on leverage, pumps based on fraud. So it tells you it's just like gold. When they print new money, they don't put it into gold. They put it into everything else. When they print new tethers and use fraud of other means to pump crypto prices, they don't put it into Monero. Just like they don't put new printed cash into gold. So, yeah, that was definitely a spot that would be unsurprising for resistance to happen. Again, same story here. If we consolidate and end up touching this line again, it's over. We're going to the upside, and we're definitely we'll end up at these upper standard deviations here. And that basically it just gives us solid firepower if we come here to the monthly to say, yeah, look, Monero is one of the only coins that for 10 years has held its price against Bitcoin. It has not hit new lows, and I don't think. Honestly, I think it's going to be difficult for that to happen. Bitcoin already has diminishing returns. There's already problems there. Yeah. It's got the corporate whatever, but they always say that. It's like every new bull market, the institutional is here. You haven't seen nothing yet. Hyper Bitcoinization, and it never really manifests to the level that they claim that it does. Let's take a look at the divergences. We've had some interesting action here going on with Qcoin and CoinEx. Interesting. What's going on here, guys? Why do you have all this? Why is all this negative stuff happening here? We all front running a pullback for the past few days here. Looks like. Damn, these guys really. All right, let's take a look at their absolute, because these are the volume weighted divergences. So we're gonna remove the volume adjustment, and we are just gonna look at their divergences as a percentage base. That's not huge. It's minus 0.5% to Kraken and everyone. But look at this. They're all doing, except for Poloniex. Poloniex is like out in left field. It does its own thing. I don't know what they're up to, but everybody else, Bitfinex, Qcoin, MEXC, and CoinEx, all of whom have shown themselves in one way or another to be nefarious entities, except for CoinEx. I don't have anything on them. And maybe Qcoin isn't so bad, actually. I don't think they've really shut down withdrawals. So, all right. Sorry, Qcoin. I spoke hastily. Anyways, Finex and MEXC are definitely bad actors. And yeah, we're seeing these divergences here to the downside. I guess maybe that makes sense. They were probably counting on resistance, and so maybe they diverge their prices down, saying, "Hey, we know this shit's going to go down here because it's at resistance." I don't know. I'm like totally speculating there, just like totally stream of consciousness. So don't hold me to it, right? Don't lynch me for it. Monero versus the rest of the market, right? The XMR dominance, XMR.D. This is actually a beautiful chart, guys. We're on the 8-hour. I don't know why I was on the 8-hour. But still, this is actually a very nice chart. Effectively, what's happening here, we've ridden some standard deviations, established that as the level, pumped bigly, and then now we are effectively, you can see these purple bands have curled up, the blue bands are curled up, and we're kind of just like, I would expect to just kind of keep riding in here. There could be some of this here, but right now, in a TA sense, the more likely scenario is to maybe find some support somewhere in this squiggly line and then end up sort of riding these bands to higher victory. So cheers to Monero. Cheers to those who, all of those who like Monero. You know, we'll pull back on the drama here soon enough. Just it's got to be stated, and then we can let it go. All right, so going to Monero's hash rate. So interesting hash rate chart here. What's happening? I've seen other hash rate charts too. So this is definitely not the definitive hash rate chart because you're kind of making an inductive conclusion here, or you're using inductive logic to determine what the hash rate is on the basis of difficulty adjustments. And I don't know, probably there's a few other ways of determining this because I've seen different numbers and charts that look slightly different. So at any rate, it does look like the Tari launch at one point brought us up to almost 6.5 gigas. And then we had like a precipitous drop off. So maybe is it that people tried to do the Tari thing and then it was like there was some difficulty there? I don't know. At any rate, it does still look like we are still like solidly, you know, in the 4.5 plus giga range. So who knows what this kind of vacillation is. Hopefully people out there are still, you know, doing the dual mining thing. I really want to see DarkFi launch. And if they launch, we can definitely, like, there's going to be another massive onslaught of hash rate because they're merge mining with Monero. So there's going to be a massive amount of hash rate. And here's the good thing. They're pre-mine. If there is one, I can't remember, but if there is one, it's like really small. It's like 5% or less, I think. So implying that people are actually going to be truly motivated to get DarkFi once they start merge mining mainnet with Monero, because the only way to get DarkFi at that point is to actually mine it. So whereas, you know, Tari, as we've discussed, had some eyebrow raising decisions in terms of who the hell was it? It wasn't Paris. Was it Paris Hilton? I don't remember.
Yeah, Paris Hilton. Yep.
Yeah, so they gotta make sure Paris gets her little payout. Okay, that's fine. I guess people make all kinds of decisions. I personally don't agree, but you know,
I didn't see this this drop in mining hash rate. That's interesting. So do we think it's something because of Tari? Like they were, I think they were having maybe some issues, right, with mining, right? People using P2 pool versus not.
Yeah,
don't quote me on it, but I think there were some issues.
I think their problems were related to Tor because Tor, your connection can just drop out randomly sometimes, and that's if your connection drops out randomly, even for a few seconds, that can be really bad for mining, right? Because if you just found the block, and you're supposed to get paid, and then you know, and then your connection drops out, right? That's problematic. So, and that's also, I assume I'm like, intuiting here, that's probably going to be problematic as well for your payouts, right? If you drop off the network and you're showing fewer hashes because you lost a minute here, a minute there, you know, you're going to get paid out less. So I think that was probably part of the problem. Probably Fluffy is shaking his fist at me if he's listening, because, you know, I'm sure there's something far more technically correct there. And I'm also speculating. I don't know why the hash rate dropped. I just remember it seemed like, yeah, there were some problems, a few problems, growing pains with the hash rate for them. So maybe they'll get that worked out. And I don't know if the drop is related to that though, right? So just total speculation here, right? Just keeping in context what I know and how I can know it and whether or not I actually know shit. So in this case, I don't know shit. I'm just speculating. So, but it's a reasonable inference, right? It's a reasonable thing to say, hey, is this true? I don't know. Maybe. All right, continuing on. Monero transactions have, they came up like bigly for a little bit, maybe not that bigly, but we came up to 35,000 for a nice solid period of time there, almost for half the month of May. And then things kind of dropped back to 25K. I guess that's all right. Let's take a look at a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, that's still pretty decent, right? I mean, we're still slowly moving up. We're setting higher lows. Things appear to be more consistently a little bit higher in the range. So this is fine. Again, this is slow, steady growth, right? And it's way better to have steady, consistent growth than it is to have stupid growth. At least that's my opinion. You know, take it or leave it. Okay, so I guess that's pretty much Monero here. Let's take a look at Monero Gold, because it actually, interestingly, so again, you know, almost no one is trading the Monero versus the gold price, but you know, it's interesting just how these charts all seem to kind of work in concert, right? They don't always do that, right? It's not always the case that comparing one asset against a bunch of different assets are always going to obey all the technical lines or technical analysis. But in this case, Monero has actually adhered to whatever, a decent number of technical spots. So in this case, obviously that's the upper standard deviation lines here for the XMR versus gold chart, and it's taken a pullback. And as we talked about, you know, the XMR versus BTC price, same thing. This line here was an important line from like the last pullback, I guess, downfall from XMR BTC. So yeah, interesting how that happens sometimes, often actually. All right, let's do I have let's take a look at the privacy altcoins. I won't call them shit coins. Privacy, what did I have this? Yeah, privacy coins. Okay. Xano. Okay, remember I said I'm not going to tell you guys what Xano's going to do. We have a comment here. Sounds like someone, Lucifer. Lucifer would like to know what the Monero versus Xano price is doing. All right, we'll do that in a second here. Okay, yeah, so here's the Xano chart. I don't know, you guys, again, y'all decide what you want to do with this chart. I'm not here to tell you about what this thing's going to do. You can make your own decisions. Just putting it out there. Although, you know, I mean, it looks like it's done pretty well lately. So it's not totally unexpected, right? If Monero's doing well. Let's do XMR versus Xano. Let's see. Wait.
Do Zcash too.
Oh yeah, XMR versus Zcash is nice. Man, what's wrong here? Why can't I get this XNO USDT? Is that what we need to do? Here we go. Is that actually, because this chart has, is that the MEXC price, CoinEx price? Maybe it doesn't matter which one I choose. Let's do MEXC, because I think they probably had the USDT.P. What? No. Whatever. All right, forget it. We're just gonna do this. Whatever this one is no, that's not right. God damn it. Oh, it was right actually. Hopefully this is correct. Let's see. Looks like yeah, I mean Xano has pumped relative to, what are we on the weekly here? Let's go to the daily. So it looks like XMR is outperforming Xano to quite a large extent here. In fact, there was only a short period of time. There's really only a few short periods of time where Xano actually did outperform XMR. It's kind of got this spikiness, but now Monero's has been basically crushing Xano here for a while now. So cool. Yeah, thanks for suggesting that, Lucifer. That was actually an interesting chart to look at. All right, let's look at XMR USD divided by, I think Kraken has the longest price for Zcash. So we're going to look at this on the weekly because it's a beautiful chart. We're not going to put any wave magic on it because there's no need to. But yeah, I mean, it's just consistently just continuing to crush Zcash over time. And of course it's going to, right? They've got a big, massive centralized pool. These guys are selling so that Zuku can eat his Wagyu steak and make weird commercials. and Monero has like actual usage in hodlers. There's no difference, right? Like, or I said, there's a massive difference. There's no contest. There's just like Zcash can't keep up over the long term. It can't compete. So yeah, you'll notice that occasionally they pump the shit out of Zcash, right, to try and pretend like they can keep up with Monero. They usually do it during big price pumps, during bull markets of crypto. So yeah, we set a new all-time high recently. Zcash, sweet.
I do think they have advantage though in terms of access to people aping into Zcash.
Yeah, I mean, they're on exchanges.
I could go on Coinbase. You know, if I want to ape into privacy coins, if I'm in New York, I can much more easily ape into Zcash than Monero. So there's definitely some advantages.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely true that they've got that. Even so, right? Even with their advantage, even with their corporate support, their corporate advantage, their commercials, their Wagyu beef, etc., they still can't keep up with Monero, right? We've been banned and hated and shunned, and they still can't keep up. So it's like there's just no contest there. Okay, with Pirate Chain, so Pirate Chain is almost back to where it broke down, I guess, earlier this year, but. So it's like this is such a problematic chart, guys. Like I mean, yeah, I've got problems with Pirate Chain, so of course I'm biased. But 2023, you know, it should have been the end of the bear market, right? Or sorry, the end of 2022 should have been the end of the bear market, right? You think, hey, this is it, right? That's the end of the bear market. You get a little bit of pumpage here on some wick spikes, and then you make a newer low. You set a lower low, even as the rest of crypto was actually pumping here at that point, and then you just kind of like trend on the bottom line occasionally. Doing this like elevator up, take the stairs down, elevator up, take the stairs down. And like Bitcoin is just set new all-time highs. Monero is crushing it lately, and Pirate Chain can barely get back to its bear market lows. Like that's really bad price action, guys. And that's exactly the kind of thing I've been telling you for years is going to happen with chains that have this kind of massive, not pre-mine trademark, not an insta-mine trademark, but mind everything on ASICs, like 90% in like 2 or 3 years. On ASICs, and has this massively centralized supply, presumably held by the founders. So this is exactly the kind of price action you expect, because when people come and they start buying and they get excited about Pirate Chain, they're like, oh shit, you know, our project doesn't have much more users, we're dying, we better get what we can. So they dump on your asses, right? They just dump the price down. So they sell into buying, and probably, maybe, I don't know, guys, I can't tell you that this chart is ever going to come back. Maybe it could. But there's so much, like, guys, there's so much trust loss here at this point. Like the founders should have, like, these guys are not being founders that are being well controlled with their liquidity selling. Like, if you want to look at controlled liquidity selling, look at Ripple. Okay. Like, I don't like Ripple. They're bullshit, but, their founders at least have done a reasonably okay job at not dumping too hard on the people buying their coin so that they can still like maintain things. But Pirate Chain has now spent 4 years just like, I mean, look, to get back to that all-time high, you've got to go 10,000%. Okay, that's 100x, right? That's massive. That's just very unlikely to happen without some new like C-word event to pump the liquidity. So yeah, it's just too much. There's just so much trust loss. All right, enough about Pirate Chain. I'm just going off here, and I'm just ranting. I'm sorry. Let's go back to crypto. Actually, before we talk about crypto and Bitcoin, let's talk about some macro stuff. All right. Let's talk about the Trump tariffs. So there has been some interesting developments. And John Roberts, I see your comment. We'll get to Ethereum and maybe Algorand if we have time. Doug, let me know if I'm getting too long, and I can shorten this thing up. So okay, let's talk about the Trump tariffs. This is important. So on Wednesday, the United States Federal Court of International Trade, or something like that, it's a federal court, they struck down one of the methods by which Trump had imposed tariffs. It was some kind of legislation passed in, I believe, the 70s, where it talked about giving the president the powers to regulate international trade of some form or another, but it doesn't mention tariffs at all, like not even once. And so a consortium of various people in various industries challenged whether Trump had exceeded his authority on that piece of scribbled legislation. And the court agreed with them. They said, no, actually, and Chevron here is important. Remember the Chevron ruling, the Chevron doctrine of the Supreme Court for decades held that you have to defer to the executive bureaucratic interpretation of the law as long as it might slightly be a little bit reasonable, which has caused such an enormous amount of horrible, horrendous fuckery in our lives, trickling all the way down from the top to the bottom to your pocketbook. So essentially Chevron got struck down. I don't remember when, a year or 2 years ago. And so now like a lot of stuff has to get reevaluated. Well, the Trump tariffs have been struck down, but not entirely, because they actually used a framework of various legislative vectors to impose these tariffs. I don't know exactly which markets they are, but some particular markets, the tariffs have been struck down at federal court. Obviously, there's an appeals process, and the Trump administration was able to obtain an emergency stay of the ruling so that they can keep the tariffs in place while all of this gets sorted out. Looks like mid-June now is when we might get sort of the next important pieces of this. So the tariffs are still here. So they're still kind of weighing on the economy, but there's hope, right? You're telling me there's a chance. The problem is, though, that on Friday, so they got their stay, they got their emergency appeal, the tariffs are still in place. Maybe in a couple weeks that'll change. But one of the other pieces of legislation, I don't remember what it is. One of those other pieces of legislation, Trump is still like that. I don't know if it's still in challenge or not, but that one was not struck down, at least at this moment. And so Trump decided to raise steel tariffs by 50% and say, hey, if you're bringing steel into the country, now it's instead of 25%, now it's 50%. So he actually raised tariffs in almost like this retaliatory fashion against the courts because his other tariffs got struck down. So it's kind of crazy if you really think about it. It's very petulant. Whatever. So anyways, that's like the important backdrop of tariffs, because remember, tariffs are tied directly into this whole macro crash thing that I've been talking about for a long time, and that tariffs are the thing pushing that, right? So when Liberty Day, where he came to liberate us from our right to buy cheap Chinese products and global products happened, right? We had the big macro crash. Oil, like we talked about. So let's start integrating this somewhat to the charts. So we had the situation where oil had crashed, and I said, hey, that's our alpha. This is it. It's coming, right? End of March, early April, expect it. Shit crashed, things were bad, right? And then 2 days later, he walked back a lot of those tariffs, which kind of saved the markets. It saved the acute macro crash from happening in earnest. But I said, hey, there's still problems, right? Like, this is not going away. At the moment now, there's like a ray of hope out there that this might be going away, or a significant portion of it might be going away. Like, if it's hard to say for sure. There's a really solid chance that Trump's appeal gets totally struck down, because the lower court, or the court that struck it down, the federal court that struck it down, said that this is a constitutional issue. You exceeded your constitutional authority by doing something that the legislative body did not give you the authority to do. And that's going to be a lot more difficult. And it was done at summary judgment. So that actually kind of limits the appeals that they can even make. Don't worry about why, but that it does. So there's kind of this interesting hope that maybe the macro crash doesn't need to happen to the level that I was expecting, that I was predicting. At the moment, I certainly wouldn't be shorting this market, guys. Like, at this moment, I know we're kind of at some potentially resistance areas in the macro, like in the stock markets. I wouldn't be shorting this market. This thing could end up going up. So this is one of those situations where, we talk about the technical analysis and the tea leaves, and I'm like, oh yeah, my statistics are so amazing, right? They just blow your tits off. But the reality is that you have to interpret every chart for what it is, for its unique perspective, and understand what the TA might be telling you. When it comes to the stock market, it is number go up, right? And it's not like the maximalism laser ride number go up where you get, a 10x out of nowhere. It's steady, progressive, marching forward, like a military march, one step at a time, and you're not going to stop it over long periods of time. That's the kind of chart we're looking at when it comes to the stock market. So you always bias your interpretation of the technical analysis to the upside when you're looking at stock market charts. So even though you would say that this right here is very, very potentially a resistance, or maybe right here, right? You're kind of taking a step back here and saying, you know what, maybe not. Maybe this isn't nearly as much resistance as we would think. Maybe this isn't the kind of resistance that you short. Maybe it's the kind of resistance that needs to consolidate and then you long, right? So things are still up in the air. Things are still uncertain. Markets don't like uncertainty, but I can't tell you that I think this is going to go down. I can't tell you that I think that's even a 50% probability at this point. If tariffs end up sticking and this gets overturned, that's probably, like, if that happens in a couple weeks, that's probably the next salvo into the next drop of the market. But if it gets if Trump tariffs, I'll say that again, if Trump tariffs get held up in a couple weeks at the appellate court, then you could probably expect that, this thing's going to turn sour, turn negative. But if Trump tariffs get struck down and they fail their appeal, yeah, there will still be some other tariffs in place, but it could maybe be just a short time till those also get struck down, and then we could definitely see positive movement here. One thing I've noticed is that Bitcoin tends to, in a lot of cases, lead the speculative, like the speculative tech stock stuff, right? As I've said for a long time, Bitcoin is tech stocks on steroids, and so if there is the speculation, if there's that glimmer of hope that NASDAQ is going to be coming back, right, and good things are about to happen. Which again, similar kind of idea here. You're in the upper standard deviations after a big fall off. You normally don't expect just to like smash to the upside, but sometimes with a chart like this, that can happen. Again, because the stock market is so ridiculously exponentially positive over many years. But the point is that Bitcoin often leads that charge because it's the speculate. Like if NASDAQ is speculation on tech stocks, Bitcoin is speculation on the NASDAQ in some kind of ways, right? Like don't take that too far. But so with that in mind, let's take a look at the Bitcoin chart right now. And from a pure technical analysis perspective, this guy right here is the upper standard deviations. Remember we said, hey, this has gotten a little bit high, right? A little bit above the standard deviations. Expect some consolidation. And then I haven't been with you guys for a couple weeks now. So we got a big pump and we got right to the underside of that, of the upper standard deviation extension, which is the purple bands. Right, tag that, and now we're touching this here. This is very classic action, guys. This is very classic bullish action. To touch this guy right here and then to make another fire towards the top side. I think that would be pretty reasonable. Obviously, anything can happen here. I'm going to give that, like, let's just say it's 75% chance that this guy right here is a good buying spot and that this thing's going to come towards the upside and probably go for another all-time high. So, we always have to be careful with Bitcoin because ever since 2021, one of the playbook things they love to do is to make a barely little do all-time high and then fall, right? And then same thing here. We barely got a little all-time high right here, right? Yeah, technically, yay, all-time high, and then selling, right? Insiders selling on the buying pressure, right? And actually, we finally, with the Trump presidency, you got like this actually a truly new all-time high at 100K, and here we are again. We've barely made a new all-time high. Is that it? Are we gonna have to do this now? I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. It's like maybe 75% that this thing goes up, but there's still a reasonable chance that there could be unloading happening here. I'm not totally. I don't like this number that just happened. This happened on Friday. We got a big spike in the reverse repos. It can happen, right? We need to keep an eye on this. If this thing decides to stay elevated, if it decides, especially like from a TA standpoint, if this thing decides to do that, that's really bad news. We kind of had this situation where we thought, hey, this is actually a sustained upside. And it was, right, with the anticipation of all the tariffs and Liberty Day or Liberation Day or whatever. And then Trump backed off those tariffs. So it's over here. And in fact, you can actually see probably insiders had wind that the insiders probably had wind that was going to happen. In fact, so I actually think they're probably like Trump acts bombastic and like he's making whimsical in the moment decisions, or what, whimsical is not the right word, but making decisions on a whim. And then I don't think that's the case though. I think that they actually plan this stuff out. I think his advisors, at least at a minimum, aren't that stupid, and I think that they leverage this and take advantage. So, anyways, the point is that. Yeah, we're going to probably maybe look at these reverse repos as a potential signal. If this thing if it wants to stay high and stay up here, that could be a bad sign that people are actually exiting risk and protecting themselves. When I say people, I mean big institutions. So, yeah, that's a little bit of disconcerting news right there. But so it's kind of like it's kind of a wash, right? There's like a mix here. It's like some positive, some that's negative, but it could be positive in 2 weeks maybe, but we're not sure. And Trump also changes his mind all the time, but the courts are involved. And okay, well, the Bitcoin TA looks good, but they've also been faking everyone out with slightly higher highs and then washing out for a couple months, like, right? So you can kind of get. I'm sort of being back and forth on the things I'm saying here, but hey. This is the kind of stuff you have to do, right? If you want to do markets, if you want to trade, you have to take all this in and say, okay, that's a positive, that's a negative. Well, that's kind of a different type of positive, right? Just trying to help you give the perspective of things that I'm saying here. Oil still down, still not showing great strength, but it is tending to hold its own here at 60. If things go to the downside, right? If oil starts crashing and the markets are still high and oil is like down here at 50, that's another sign that that a new leg down is probably imminent. We'll have to temper that with things like OPEC and whatnot. If they decide to produce even more oil so that to put the world awash in oil, and it could be again kind of a strike against Russia because their currency is so bound to energy. All right, let's look at gold. We talked about gold has felt a little bit toppy for a while. At the moment, this doesn't have to be the end. Okay. Like just from simple things like this doesn't have to be the end. Gold effectively had a big run above the upper standard deviation extensions, the purple bands. So getting this far above the purple bands is usually, that's too far. That's too ahead. You've really got to take a moment, come back, establish contact with this level here, which is kind of what's happened, right? So at this moment, this has been more of consolidation at new highs than necessarily saying that it's a top. But this thing could potentially go to the downside, right? Like if the Trump tariffs hold, right, you could probably expect gold to start crashing if the appellate court strikes down the lower court's decision and decides to uphold the Trump tariffs. That could be a factor. There's also the fact of this line that I've showed you guys forever. We'll take another look at it. It's the upper standard deviation extension calculated over every single candle in the past. So again, we tag that level. Price almost never gets more than like 4 or 5% above it for a well-established long-term kind of asset. New assets like Bitcoin that do massive exponential pumps can often get above that level and then significantly exceed it. But for established assets like gold and now Bitcoin, assets almost never actually get above this line unless there's like fundamental events happening. So I don't know where gold's going to go here. I'm not selling any of mine at the moment because it's been so positive. How could I get rid of it? And I just don't see anything else that I necessarily want more exposure to. So I'll probably just hang on to the gold. Maybe I'll just never sell it. I sort of fantasized about flipping into Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin, crypto, flipping into some kind of crypto at this level, but I just don't. It's just hard with all the uncertainty. It's hard for me to say, hey, I'm going to go take that risk now. I need to see a liquidity expansion to convince me that I want to do that. Let's see. We had an XMRChat. Someone said, please comment on Tari price action. Is Tari listed anywhere? Can I even look at that price action? I haven't even bothered to look at it. Maybe I'm being a little bit biased here. I think it's mostly, because I'm not so convinced that Tari is something I really do want to invest into. I really I'd be waiting for DarkFi, but I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's go to, oh no, you can see, I'm confessing I was looking at AVAX. Oh my God. How could you, Bawdy? How could you? All right, Tari. Is Tari listed anywhere? Tari USDT? Oh my God. It is indeed. Gate.io. Well, that's the monthly. Wait. No. That can't be right. Was this futures trading on Tari? That can't be right. That maybe I'm looking at the wrong signal or the wrong Tari World Tether, Tari USD Spot. I don't think any of these are the. Did someone come in there and oh man, that would be dirty business. Oh, this is Thai USDT. Okay. No, this is Tari World versus Tether. Man, that's kind of dirty. It sounds like someone might have done Ricardo a bit dirty here by introducing some other Tari coin. But then again, there's a coin for everything. So can you trademark words? I don't know. Okay. Let's take a look at the comments here. No, okay. I'm not really seeing a whole lot. What did he say is that line? No, okay. We'll just skip that. People can go reverse if they need to. Okay, so we talked about Bitcoin here. There's a decent chance that Bitcoin actually finds support here and then pumps towards the upside. Let's take a little bit of a back trip here and see if we can find another place that might have faked us out. No. So we had a big move to the upside, and we didn't have a similar pattern that faked to the downside. So that's a good sign. In fact, right here, it went up, found the support. Like we said, classic action. Look for the breakout. It happened. Let's go back a little bit further and see if we can see anything else. I think we're back in 2023 here now. Yeah, no, there's no recent patterns. So there's nothing here in the recent chart for Bitcoin where this kind of positive price action happened, where we get this this positive signal here on the wave magic, and then it faked out to the downside. I see that sometimes, but I have almost never seen that from Bitcoin. So I would probably expect this guy's going towards the upside, guys. So there's probably positive action to be had here if you are a Bitcoin lover, or if you just use it for gains. Maybe that's fine too. Can we get an alt season? We had an alt episode, like we talked about. There's a little alt episode here, but man, it didn't even go down. It didn't even get down to the bottom of the range. So I don't know, guys. Can we get an alt season? I still maintain that to really get a true alt season, we need a liquidity expansion. It's not enough just to hope that the Trump tariffs cover for everything. We need JPower to lower those goddamn rates. We need liquidity. Come on, JPower, pump my bags, please. I need some monkey JPEGs. I need some animal coins, maybe cat coins this time. Who knows? All right. Anyways, I think that's it, guys. Like, I don't think there's really much else here to talk about. Maybe, we could talk about this. So we got some new inflation numbers. You'll notice inflation actually came down. Wow, they did it. The central bank did it, guys. They got us back down to 2%, almost, basically, kind of. Let's see, core inflation in orange here still at 2.8%, but I mean that's still not bad, right? That's still pretty good. Maybe they just finagled the way that they measure inflation, but mission accomplished. Land on that aircraft carrier. Fly that jet. Okay, and then we've got the GDP. Actually, the GDP allegedly now has spiked even higher. So from Q1, the GDP numbers are reporting positive. So like that's a negative against my whole macro crash thesis because GDP just spiked down and then rebounded to the upside. That's suspicious, guys. Honestly, that's really, really fucking suspicious. Like, I'm telling you, I'm sitting here in Mexico trying to order shit on Amazon. It's like, we can't deliver that shit to you. It's like, wait, but why? Well, because of tariffs. They don't tell you it's because of tariffs, but you know, because the screen looks different. Everything about the whole order looks different. About their inability to ship it looks different. They still put the order. They still put the product there. They just put red letters. We can't ship to you at this time. So it's like, okay. And then it's for so many products. So you just know it's because of the tariffs, right? So it's difficult for me to believe that GDP just spiked up without a liquidity expansion, without shit. Just spiked to 4% in Q1. It's hard for me to believe, guys. I don't know what's going on with that, but maybe there's something I'm missing here that I misunderstand about Q1. Maybe because the tariffs hadn't like fully taken hit yet, hadn't like fully made it. Maybe there was a massive influx on the anticipation of tariffs where a whole bunch of products moved into the US and maybe that counts as GDP. I'm really reaching here, guys. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, we'll see if this thing vacillates to the downside on Q2 data. That'll be interesting. It'll definitely be if it does vacillate, it'll be an indication of fuckery regarding Q1 or some weird fundamental thing going on. So anyways, all right, with that, I actually mean it this time. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. I'm out unless there's questions, or I do think we have some XMRChats that we might have missed. So Doug, if you feel like if you want to come back in and put some of those comments up. Bueller.
I'm here, bro. I'm here. Hold up one sec. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, cool. I move you to my other speaker while you do your thing, and I just listen to you in the background.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Who do we got? We do have some XMR chats. Let's go back. Try to do them in chronological order here. I think this is the last.
Oh, I realized someone asked about something and I forgot. They asked about, I think it was Ethereum and Algorand. Yeah, John Roberts. Okay. I almost missed you, John Roberts. Go ahead and put the XMR chats up and I'll pull those charts up.
Okay. I'm just looking back to make sure. I don't want to be accused of censoring anybody, guys. I'm not censoring. If anything, it's my lack of abilities, guys. Going to steal my... No, we did that one. All right, so now let me go all the way back. We could set it where the chats auto show, too, when they come in. I don't know why we don't have it set for that.
It's because I miss them all the time. Like, I get on a roll and then I don't see them. It's out of my visual space. So.
Right, but we can still just have them come up auto for any time anybody sends a super chat. It will auto display.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, and then we can circle back around and read them out loud if I miss it.
Although, actually, because we're doing it through StreamYard, actually, I don't think we can. Now that I'm realizing, if we were using OBS, we could do that. Selena Betts tipped 4 cents. You cannot force anyone to be righteous or good or to live healthy. Running your nodo and mining with one thread on it is the same. I scandalously insult everyday people telling them that they should mine XMR and run their own node for their own good. Kiss. Yeah, for sure. Run your own node, especially if it's a Monero node, right? But no, just run your own node. Any way you could do it. Tari Enjoyer tipped 4 cents. Please comment on Tari price action. I believe you did, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we hit it. Well,
And-
no, I didn't. I tried, but I don't see a chart here, so I'm gonna have to go dig.
Oh,
Monetary
okay.
Price. Hopefully, I remember to do that. Yeah,
Has it
if
done
anyone knows
much?
where it's traded, sing out. Let me know.
Yeah.
Like, where can I go find that price so I don't have to go like search for it?
Yeah, Tari and George say Monerotopia is only on CoinGecko as far as I know. So there you go. He's
Oh,
saying it's on CoinGecko.
Monerotopia. Interesting. Let's see if we can find that. Monerotopia. I imagine if it, yeah, okay. Oh, CoinGecko obviously is duh. CoinGecko.com.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
If you just search Tari, does it come up on CoinGecko?
It should.
Tariff. Tariff coin.
Tarif coin. Oh, here it is. Monerotopia. Wrapped Mino. Someone already put wrapped Monerotopia on XTM. Is that Stellar? No, it's not.
No, that
Why
is
isn't it
Tari.
wrapped? Oh, does Tari wrap itself like Ethereum wraps itself? Maybe that's the case. Okay, yeah, so price 24 hours. Let's go for 1 month. Big movements in price. Someone's out there buying it up. I should have done it. I should have talked to the miners. I should have made a OTC deal for all you miners out there and bought the Tari price.
I couldn't even mine any. I ran it for a couple of days. I haven't tried again, but I think now it's probably even harder. But I wasn't able to get anything.
Actually, now it's probably less hard because of the Monero hash rate. You can see the Monero hash rate has actually come down to, I mean, it's still above pre-Tari launch levels, but it has come down to some of the lowest levels since Tari launched. So if you wanted to try mining again, now would probably be the opportunity. Maybe they've got the bugs worked out.
Yeah, maybe I'll give it another shot.
All right, so let's. I promised. I think it was John Roberts. I said, hey, he wanted to look at Algorand. So here's the Algorand price. Let's see. We're on the daily here. So maybe a little bit of no man's land here. I would say Algorand is going to do whatever the rest of the crypto market does, whatever the rest of the altcoins specifically do. You would like to say that this is some kind of support, but it's really that's not how to interpret this level right here. Maybe the first time that was touched, but not anymore. Still, though, this is higher lows, right? Those are higher lows. And hypothetically, if that is the low and you end up here, that would actually be very bullish. But that doesn't necessarily have to happen. In my mind, this chart purely on the TA could just as easily go down to here. So, and then he wanted to look at Ethereum. Yeah, man, Ethereum had just crazy price action with the way that it fell off. I mean, the other thing too here that happened is that the ETF, and I missed this, but the ETF launch was like a major top, right? There was like, hey, we got the ETF now, and all the money's going to come in, but the Ethereum did not pump, right? That happened with Bitcoin. The ETFs launched, although that was, in hindsight, I think the ETF launched on Bitcoin, the true ETF, not the futures ETF, the recent ETF. I think that was, wasn't that a significant topping indicator? Am I wrong about that? I need to go back and look at that. Anyways, yeah, Ethereum really came down to pretty headliner spot there to expect some support, and it actually did act as support. Maybe it's time for Ethereum to come back here. I mean, this is a really messed up chart, guys. Like this, it's so rare that you see levels just absolutely destroyed. Like, okay, this was like a stopping point, but it wasn't support. And then this right here should have been support. That should have been something that did this, even if it was going to go down. That should have been a major support, and it wasn't. So something fundamental or some fuckery, I don't know, one or the other or both. Someone proposed that maybe it was because a big Ethereum founder got hacked, and so they like sold his Ethereum off. I don't know, but I mean, this is like just, it doesn't make any sense what happened there. So I don't know. Obviously, markets are right, and I am wrong. But I can tell you that something massive and fundamental happened there for the Ethereum BTC price to fall like that. So I always suspect fuckery when I see things that are very, very odd, because that should be one of the first things that you suspect. It doesn't mean that I'm saying it is, right? I'm not saying 100% I know. I'm just saying, hey, I know the markets have a huge fraud component. That's one of the first things that pops into my mind. Now let's think about mechanisms, right? So I haven't really thought about mechanisms on this one because maybe I don't care that much. But anyways, yeah, that's the Ethereum price. That's the Algorand price. Mr. Roberts, hopefully that satisfies your evil, lustful urge to know about altcoins other than Monero.
All right, Bawdy. Based as always. Thank you, man. I guess we will move on. We do have a special guest lined up. We have Ibrahim that wants to come up. I think Battery is going to help interpret for him, be his translator. He wants to talk about a Kuno that he recently launched. This is the guy that we had shown a couple of weeks ago that was selling donuts and coffee and things for Monero, I believe in Lebanon, right? Right? That's what's going down.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we'll I'm looking at it real quick. Yeah, we'll bring him up. We'll get to it, and we'll try to run through that relatively quickly, so we could do viewers on stage, and everybody could get on with their day. Bawdy, thank you so much, man. Stick around, obviously, please, if you can, especially for
I'll be here.
Especially for viewers on stage. All right, let me
I'm
go
sure.
ahead.
Yeah, we got to redo the drama again later on.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too repetitive. Let me go ahead and run the guest segment. Here we go. Thank you, Bawdy.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right. Ibrahim, Battery, what's going on, guys?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Yes, so go ahead. You want to quickly introduce yourself?
مرحبا بتري.
Can Battery hear? Does Battery know where he's on stage right now? Maybe you want to. There he is.
Oh, sorry. My mic was
no worries.
muted. Yeah.
We got you now.
First of all, good evening. I was listening to the whole show till now. Before we proceed with helping the donut guy with the translation, just if possible, both like three of you, if you could solve this, because yesterday actually I saw some really annoying comments from particular people who always are attacking the Monero. And the one with the username, the BTC police guy or whatever. So, and I prefer this can be solved like if it's possible without being in public, and I think there must be a solution for it.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, first of all, I think the BTC.
Opinion.
The BTC police,
Yeah.
the BTC police guy is a troll joke account. I mean, he's I think he's even a Monero dude. Honestly, he's just constantly making a joke out of the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, it's not a good look. The infighting isn't good. It's not productive. But it is the nature of things. It's gonna happen. You know, we're trying to talk some sense into people. But at the end of the day, honestly, doesn't matter. Nothing's going to stop Monero. A group of people.
Yeah,
on
of course,
X
nothing
that
can
get-
stop Monero.
Yeah.
But what I mean is that, Douglas, if possible, like, of course, things like this can happen, like arguments or different points of view or ideas. So I think a little talk, like all of you guys, and definitely not in public. For sure, you could reach into a good result.
That sounds reasonable, but unfortunately, I don't think I had a talk with them yesterday, and it turned into them completely nullifying the agreement we had within 3 hours. So I'll continue to, I'm a very approachable person. I never blocked anybody on Twitter anywhere, probably to my own detriment. I probably should start doing that just because it's wasting my time, but it's just not in my nature. So yeah, I'm always open and approachable. But let's not even talk about this anymore, because I'm sure viewers on stage is going to rehash things once again. We have 1,000 live viewers here. Let's try to get through this relatively quickly, just so we can get to viewers on stage. And I want to give Ibrahim an opportunity to really explain what he's trying to do here, because I think to me, he comes across as a genuine person. We had him on a couple of weeks ago. We were showing his his donut cart, and he was advertising cake and allowing people to pay in Monero. So let's focus on that right now if we can, and if you could tell us what exactly he's up to and what he's trying to achieve.
Is he listening? Should I?
Yes,
مرحبا.
Ibrahim is listening. Yes.
Yeah. إبراهيم مرحبا إبراهيم عم تسمعنا؟
مرحبا أهلا بتري.
اسمي توني أنا. شو الموضوع اللي أنت كنت بدك تحكي فيه مع يعني بالمقابل كرمال أقدر ترجم لك لحتى أقدر أوصل لك الفكرة بالإنجليزي للناس.
تمام، شكرا لك أولا لوقتك اللي أعطيتني إياه. ثاني شيء أنا مشروعي حكيت فيه بس ما قدرت أوضح بالمرة الماضية لأنه إنجليزيات يعني مش كثير. اللي هو كان مشروعي اللي هي بسطة الدونات اللي كنا نبيع فيها، فحبينا إنه نطورها ونشتري تراك.
أوكي.
لأنه هسه عنا إحنا بالأردن السياحة بتكون بأوجها. فعنا مهرجانات مثل مهرجان جراش، في عنا مواقع سياحية مثل بتراء بيجي فيها سواح كثير من كل دول العالم. فهي إنه دورنا على فكرة مناسبة للموضوع، فشفنا إن نشتري تراك ونروح في وين ما بدنا، يعني وين ما بنحب نروح نقدر نبيع. وإحنا بصراحة أمنا مبلغ اللي هو تقريبا 1200 دينار أردني، وبشغلنا بالأيام الماضية تقريبا من شهر وجاي أمنا كمان 200، فضل ناقص علينا تقريبا 300، من 3300 دينار ل 3500 دينار عشان نكمل مشروعنا.
طيب يعني أنت حاليا مأمن جزء من المبلغ؟
أكيد من شغلنا حاولنا أن نمسك إيدنا شوي ومشت الأمور معنا. احنا اعطينا يعني عربون للزلمه اللي هو صاحب التراك عشان ما يبيعه، ونكون مدبرين المبلغ لقبل مهرجان جرش باسبوع تقريبا. يعني بدك تحكي انه عندنا مهرجان جرش ببلش 23/7.
طيب
Battery, why don't you go ahead? Battery,
okay.
Why don't you go ahead and you guys are having a conversation. Nobody speaks. The point is for you guys to speak in English to everybody that's listening.
No.
Tell us what's going on.
I will translate everything because he didn't. I waited for him till I can get some information. I can translate. So the guy is saying that he's doing donuts, selling donuts. And he's planning to get the truck vehicle so he can sell the whatever he's selling in the area where it's called Jarash. It's I think a festival area or a place where they do festival in his country. So according to him, he's saying that he already they have savings. I don't know how much is the value in Monero or in dollar. So he's saying that he had initially around 1,200 in savings, and in the last 2 months he have additional 200. So and he's looking forward if he can like get funded so he can proceed, at least get the truck. So I don't know actually how much is that. I have to check the conversion rate. ابراهيم يعني انت قديش المبلغ هو الباقي قديش بالدولار؟
الباقي تقريبا 3300 ل 3500، يعني بالدولار تقريبا 5.5. ما بالضبط ما بعرف بالضبط.
هو قديش العملة عندكم بالدولار؟
احنا الدينار الاردني بنشتري تشتري دولار.
لحظة خليني نشوفها اونلاين. لحظة.
People are asking, it's a good question. So once the Monero is donated, how does he plan on turning it into his local currency so he could actually make the purchase?
You mean if you mean how he's converting the Monero to his currency?
Correct. How is he purchasing this truck with Monero? Or is he converting it, and how is he doing that?
اوكي I'll ask him. هو ابراهيم عم يسالوك ان دفعوا لك بالمونيرو، انت كيف بدك تشتري تراك؟ تدفع بالمونيرو ولا بدك تحولها عمله العمله اللي عندكم دينار وتشتري فيها، ولا كيف الطريقه؟ يعني الشخص اللي حتشتريها منه حيشتري اللي حتشتري السياره منه، بدك تدفع له انت بالمونيرو او بالعمله الدينار؟
لا اكيد بعملة الدينار، يعني انه ما ممكن ما مع لو كيك وليت ولا شيء، يعني ما
Okay,
بالدينار
he's
احنا
saying
بحول
he will be
المونيرو
converting.
USDT.
He's saying he will be converting it. So the amount that he will get, he have to make it in his country currency, and that's how he must pay and get.
Yeah, I guess I'm just
track.
wondering how he's moving it into his currency. Is he using, you know, a local guy that he's selling his Monero with directly for cash there? Is he using an exchange?
Okay. Okay, got your point. هو عم بيسألك ابراهيم، عم بيسأل كيف الطريقة، كيف بتحول المونيرو لدينار؟ شو الطريقة اللي بتستعملها عادة؟
انا بحول من الكيك وليت، بعمل تحويل ليو اس دي تي، وبعدين ببعت اليو اس دي تي لعنا صرافين او كده، باخدوا يو اس دي تي مقابل يعطوني دينار اردني، يحولوا لي اياهم دينار اردني.
Okay. Yeah, so he's saying that he's doing swap internally inside the cake wallet using the XMR to USDT, and then the USDT cashing it out to dinar, his country currency. That's what he's doing.
Okay, understandable. Curious, how does he cash out the USDT to his local currency?
اليو اس دي تي انت كيف تسحبها ابراهيم؟ يعني لما تسحب اليو اس دي تي من خلال شخص ولا من خلال مكتب، ولا كيف الطريقه؟ شو الطريقه اللي بتسحب اليو اس دي تي فيها؟
احنا عندنا لسه اشخاص ما رايحين يرخصوا لقدام المحلات تاخذ العمله الرقميه بالاردن، لانه بدهم يقننوها بالاردن 100%. فانا بحول له
يعني
اياها وهو بحول لي اياها. في عندنا محفظه اسمها اورنج، فبحولوا لنا، بحول لي اياها على محفظتي بالدينار الاردني.
اوكي، يعني هو محل مكتب، يعني بتحول له انت يو اس دي تي وبحول لك دينار على التطبيق عندك.
بالضبط.
Okay, so he's saying that there are some shops and private people that he will send the USDT, and then that person,
Okay, very cool.
there is an app that they can transfer the Jordanian money to a local app directly to his account. That's the process.
Okay, very cool, very cool. And these local people are, I mean, it would be great to get them to the point where they would be willing to accept Monero and turn that into the local currency. Is that something that's kind of happening, or is it that you always have to go to USDT or Bitcoin first? Or are we getting to the point where in his country, in Jordan, by the way, he's not in Lebanon, right? He's in Jordan. I made the mistake. In Jordan, that people could effectively exchange Monero for the local currency there, peer to peer. Is that something that's happening or on the brink of happening?
Okay, let me ask him. ابراهيم بيسالوك بيقولوا لك في شيء احتمال يعني حاليا او بالمستقبل انه في ناس تصير تتعامل بالمونيرو، يعني مثلا الشخص اللي انت عم تحاول ترسل له انت يو اس دي تي لتاخذ دينار، هل من المحتمل انه يصير تبعت له مباشرة مونيرو ويحول لك دينار؟ هذا الشيء وارد؟
اكيد هاي يا جورج مهمتنا. يعني انا بالنسبه لي امنت بالمونيرو وبالكيك واليت وبالمجتمع تبعكم، لانه مجتمع كثير حلو، يعني مجتمع بتحس انه في رابط وصله اخويه وكانها عائله واحده. فانا
طيب في كثير
لما
ناس
دخلت مش كثير
في كثير
ناس،
ناس
وهي
بالاردن.
هي مش كثير، بس احنا مهمتنا انه قاعدين نطبع بروشورات ونفس الشيء المنيو، وبنعرف بمونيرو وإنه سهلة وإنها آمنة وإنها ما بتنزل العملة، يعني يا بتضلها مثبتة سعرها يا بترتفع بشكل كبير أو بتنزل ممكن إشي بسيط. يعني فهي سيف. يعني أنا على تجربتي بالبيتكوين لما باينانس سرقت كل الموجود وسكرت حسابي تقريبا 0.46 أو 47، فهي هاي المونيرو كثير عملت لي سهولة بشغلي. يعني ما شفت أي صعوبة لا باستخدامها ولا إنه ممكن أخسر، فهي أمن لي حتى من البنوك اللي عندنا.
ايوه اوكي لحظه خليني اشرح لهم. So literally Ibrahim, he's saying that before Monero he used to have Bitcoin and ابراهيم على اي كيف تسكر حسابك على شو اي منصه
منصة باينانس
ولا شو كيف ايه
لأنه عرب
باينانس
يس باينانس إنه إحنا عرب.
طيب وما
ما
okay
بعرف.
so he's saying before Monero he used to have Bitcoin, he used to deal with Bitcoin and his account was suspended, blocked. So after that he don't even trust the local banks, so he kept searching until he find Monero, and he's saying that's suitable for his business because it doesn't fluctuate much, so either little down or little up according to him, and that's why he chose to start the business with the Monero instead. So and he's saying that he's distributing and promoting also Monero, like he's doing the انت شو عامل بروشورات يعني منشورات ولا كيف شو هي اللي عم توزعها؟
أنا عامل منيو، ولما إحنا نحط المنيو بالنسبة للدينار الأردني السعر بيكون بالدينار الأردني وبالدولار، فنفس الكيك واليت بتعطيني بتسهل علي إنه أنا بحط الزبون كم بدي منه، فهي بتعمل لي لحالها سواب. تمام. يعني هاي كثير
اوكي
شغلة بتساعد كثير. وبنفس الوقت أنا بعمل بروشورات. يعني في ناس بيجوا بيسألوني شو هي عملة مونيرو، إيش الكيك واليت، فبلش أشرح لهم.
يعني هي شو اللي عم توزع انت؟ عم توزع انت شو منيو يعني ولا منشور للمونيرو خاص بالمونيرو؟
منيو وحاطط منشورات انه بسهل عليهم، كاتب انه شو هي المونيرو، ايش عملة المونيرو، شو إلها مستقبل. بشرح للاهالي الاطفال انه يعني حتى احنا بنروح على مدارس بنعمل ايفنتات، فبنعرفهم. يعني بيسالوا يعني شو هي المونيرو، يعني زي ما كانوا زمان يسالوا ايش هي البيتكوين او ايش هي العملة الرقمية، فبشرح لهم فصار عندهم فكرة. شو يعني في ناس كثير حبت
طيب
العملة، انه اهم شيء تكون سيف، واهم شيء انه سهل المعاملة. يعني ما تقعد معاملتها يوم ويومين، يعني من 20 دقيقة ل 25 دقيقة بتكون خلص أمورك تمام ومستلم فلوسك وبأمان.
اوكي
ممكن
خليني نترجم لهم احسن ما انسى النقاط اللي عم تحكي فيها. So he's saying he's doing he's doing menus, distributing menus for his shop, and he priced them in both Jordanian currency and dollar. So that's easier for him, even if it fluctuates the price of the Monero, little up or little down. So for example, he needs, let's say, this much amount for the items that he's selling. He sees that the cake wallet is very suitable. So instead of writing, for example, putting the input of, let's say, 0.012 or whatever, so easily can just the sender can just select the dollar amount and it will automatically take the current price, which will be fair for both. So he's seeing that as an plus option, like it's much more easier for him for his business especially.
And so I think I asked them this last time, but if you could just kind of give us some insight. is anybody paying with Monero for any of the donuts? Which is fine if that's not the case. And then what is, in terms of Monero, what is the goal? Is it that people will get educated about Monero from the truck, from interacting with the truck, the donut truck?
Okay, so you want me to ask him what's the purpose of the truck, how he will use it, or
yeah,
or,
from a
or the Monero?
from a Monero perspective, why should Monero people be excited about the fact that he's going to be selling these donuts? Like, how will Monero benefit? I'm not even saying that's necessary, because I see Kuno as, it's a GoFundMe, right? So like, obviously this guy's into Monero, which I love. He's out there passing out pamphlets, which is fantastic. And if nothing more, you're donating to an entrepreneur here, a capitalist who wants to go and sell, increase the effectiveness of his donut business, right? To kind of upgrade, to go from a little stand to a cart, and he doesn't have the means of doing it. And the Monero community can participate from anywhere in the world, sending him a few cents, a few dollars. It's beautiful. No transaction fees are taken. There's no middleman bank that's taking a cut. All donations going directly to him, so he can take this money to improve his business. So that's all great on its own. But just so you can maybe let us know if there is a benefit to Monero itself, other than the fact that people can donate to him.
Okay, I'll ask him. ابراهيم بيسألك يعني المشروع اللي انت عامله اللي هو التراك تبع اللي بتبيع فيها الدونت وشغلات تانية. انت حتستفيد يعني حيصير عندك زباين بيدفعوا لك بالمونيرو. طيب شو الاستفادة اللي ممكن انت بهاي العملية تقدمها للمونيرو بهاي الحالة؟ يعني شو الاشياء اللي ممكن تحس يعني تكون إيجابية للمونيرو؟ يعني أنت لما تعمل هالمشروع شو النقاط اللي أنت بتشوفها مهمة اللي ممكن تحسن فيها المونيرو أو استعمال المونيرو؟ شو هن النقاط اللي أنت شايفها اللي ممكن تتحسن بالمستقبل؟
أنا إنه راح أكيد يعني المنشورات اللي راح أحطها الشعار مونيرو والمحفظة اللي عاملها إنه يبعتوا لي فلوس عليها، راح أحكي للناس إنه أغلبها ما راح يكون يعرف عن المشروع أو راح يسألني، فأنا راح أشارك بنشر المونيرو عالمي، يعني من ناحية الزوار اللي بدهم يجوني. يعني الكل راح يسألني يحكي لي ليش هاي مثلا إنه المونيرو استخدمتها، فراح أحكي لهم إنه أنا راح أحكي لهم شو مواصفات اللي هي الكيك والت ومواصفات المونيرو. فأنا راح أنشر، يعني راح أساعد بنشر.
اوكي، يعني انت قصدك المشروع هذا تبع الدونتس رح تحسن فيها، رح تخلي الناس يصيروا يتعاملوا بالمونيرو من خلالها؟ يعني هذا الهدف انت شايفه محتمل؟
هذا من الأهداف تبعوني، يعني أنا خصوصا إني فعليا تعلقت بالمونيرو، تعلقت بالمجتمع تبع المونيرو، مجتمع صادق. يعني دوغلاس بكل بساطة بيحكي معنا
طيب سؤال، هو سأل كمان انه انت عندك زباين، في ناس عندك زباين دفعوا لك بالمونيرو؟
دفعوا لي خصوصا تكون الدليفري، يعني انه انا عامل عروض، من ضمن العروض انه اذا بدك تحاسب بالمونيرو وبكون قيمة المشتريات اكثر من $10، انه الدليفري راح يكون اذا بتحاسبني بالمونيرو فري. وفي ناس اشترت مني على هذا العرض، اشتريت عرضين 3 على هذا العرض.
طيب he's saying that the donut business that he's doing it will definitely improve the Monero adoption. More people will start paying, and that's his goal. More people to join the Monero payment for his business as a startup. And I asked him even if he already received any payments in Monero. He said he received few, not much. He already have few, but he's saying it's not much.
Okay. And yeah, if anything, you know, people, they're coming to get the donuts, they're talking to him, they're going to be asking him, what is this Monero thing? What do you mean you accept Monero? What is Monero? I assume when people ask those questions, he'll be answering. Is there any way he could perhaps hand out a pamphlet about Monero? Like we've had some pamphlets that have been made up. Maybe, I don't know if they've been translated yet to his language. But is that something he'd be willing to do?
You mean the brochures one, the one that I think Tony was showing it us, the one that was made by Monerotopia?
There's a couple of different versions out there. Yeah, I think that's the latest one. But yeah, some brochure that could be handed out. People, this is Monero. I know there's a good one that lists a bunch of resources, even things like XMR Bazaar and Monerotopia. Obviously, Cake Wallet. But would he be willing to make that part of this Kuno, that he would print up these pamphlets so he could hand out information about Monero when people ask about it?
I think that's better. I think me personally, I think if he do delivery or whatever, and then distribute the menu separate together with the leaflet, that will be more professional, I think. So it will be
it'll be a good way for people to learn about it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So اوكي let me tell him. بيسألك المنيو هو عم بيقول في غير المنيو في مثل منشور خاص بالمونيرو، يعني بس ما بعرف اذا في النسخه العربيه منها الجديده. انا النسخه القديمه بعرف في منها، بس هو عم بيقول اذا في حال مثلا تقدر انت تعمل مناشير بس خاص بالمونيرو وتصير توزعهم مع المنيو اللي انت عامله للمحل تبعك.
اكيد وغير
طيب.
هيك يا جورج، احنا مستقبلا يعني حابب اطور، يعني بعد التراك حابب اني افتح مستقبلا، انه في لي اخو كمان شيف معجنات، فحابب اني ادمج كل اشي بمحل مستقبلا، يعني لما الامور تصير على الاحسن ان شاء الله. فراح يكون اسم المحل، انا بوعد دوغلاس مونيرو، وتكون شعار المونيرو واسم المحل مونيرو.
هلا هذا موضوع تاني. هلا خليك انت بالاساسي. هلا المنشور اذا امنا لك اياه انت فيك تطبع، يعني خلي هو يراسلك يبعث لك مثلا نسخه بالبي دي اف
100%. اذا في ديزاين حابه هو، في شغلات هو بالضبط
لا ما في شيء اسمه ديزاين. هو في نسخه بتكون معموله، بس ما بعرف اذا في نسخه العربي. هلا انا شفت النسخه الانجليزي. هلا بساله، خليني اساله لحظه. He's saying he don't have any issue doing separate distributing separate Monero leaflets, the brochure ones. Now the question, if there is any Arabic version, can somebody send it to him in PDF or something in high resolution, so let him do the printing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he tweets that out, have him DM me, and I'll try to tweet it out, and I'll tweet out the link to the pamphlet I think he should use, and encourage people to translate it. You know, happy to tip somebody to make that translation.
Okay, so you will be mentioning that link to the
just have him DM me, just so I don't forget after the show. DM me, say, Douglas, you know, help me get the you know, get this translated, get the brochure translated, just as a reminder, and I'll help him get that done.
Okay,
all right. I think we can leave it here, just because I want to move on with the show to viewers on stage. So those that wanted,
I think today the show is on fire.
We have over 1,100 viewers right now, which is great. I think people do want to jump up on stage, continue to talk about things, which is fine, or maybe not. Maybe the fire has fizzled, which is fine too. This is the stuff I think it's important. You know, talking about those that are actually trying to grow adoption. the donut. You know, we've had him on before. We see he's a real person. He's out there selling his donuts. He is in fact talking about Monero. He's
He mentioned that he talked before on the show.
Yes. Yes,
He's
we've had him
saying
up
that
before.
I couldn't make it. This is what he's telling me before. I forgot to tell you. Like
yeah, we had him up
10
before.
minutes ago.
Yes, it was very hard to understand him the first time. So now I think we got a better understanding. You know, so people know about it. You could donate. I encourage people to do it. I think, you know, if nothing more, you're contributing to a capitalist over in Jordan who wants to help grow Monero. Is he going to get a line of people looking to spend Monero at his donut shop tomorrow? No. But at least this helps get the word out a little bit, and we know it's going to a person whose heart is in the right place. I've seen him also make postings of him giving donuts away to children. You know, he just seems like a good guy. Listen, nobody really knows who's a scammer, who's not. I give this one a good vibes. I give this guy a good vibes is what I get. So, guys, do as you wish. I'll donate a little bit as well just to help kick it off. And you know, hopefully I don't know if he could get 14.7 XMR. That seems a little high, but maybe he could start somewhere and he can grow from there.
Yeah, sure.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
If any closing things you guys want to say, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I just tell him before we end up about the ابراهيم بيقول لك دوغلاس بعت له رسالة خاص وذكره يبعت لك البي دي اف تبع المنشورات، ذكره فيها. اوكي، بحيث انه بس يبعت لك اياهم، انت تعمل نسخ منهم. عارف كيف بيكون افضل؟ يعني بيكون يعني لما توزع للناس بيكون عندهم صوره اوضح عن عمليه المونيرو، مش بس انه مونيرو او كيك وولت. عارف كيف؟ يعني بيقروا عنها، وخاصه اذا هي بالعربي بيكون عندهم فكره اوضح وافضل.
هو افضل هيك. تمام.
اوكي. All right, Douglas. I already told him to.
All right, gentlemen.
So he can remind you also for it. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. You guys are always welcome on the show, even if not as a special guest. You could jump up on Viewers on Stage anytime if he ever wants to come back, give us updates. Obviously,
I always feel myself special.
Yes, Batter, you're always welcome as well, obviously. All right, so we'll leave it at that, guys, and we'll move it along. I'll get to Viewers on Stage. We'll bring people up. I see a super chat here. Yes, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I see a super chat here from Ulysses, tipped $5.03. Very generous. Thank you, Ulysses. Hey guys, I'm making hoodies for PorcFest, offering pre-orders only for this weekend. Check out the design here. All right, we'll bring that up next as I have Viewers on Stage, because I think Ulysses is back there. Also, I'll shill PorcFest. We could do that on Viewers on Stage as well, because it's coming up fast. It's going to be the same weekend as MoneroCon, and we just heard word that Ross Albright will in fact be there at PorcFest, and PorcFest is kind of an intimate thing. So I guess there's like maybe there's thousands of people there, but you'll likely be able to go up and strike a conversation with Ross if you come by the Monerotopia tent. At least I'm hoping that's the case, but he said he will in fact be attending. I'm sure he'll be giving a speech there as well, and so that'll be super cool. I mean, we'll probably talking to Ross about Monero and XMR Bazaar in a couple of weeks. So that's super exciting. If you guys can make it to PorcFest, please try to figure out how to do so. There will be a Monerotopia tent there. There's no tickets you have to buy for Monerotopia or anything. You just need to buy a ticket to PorcFest. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up the Viewers on Stage. Thank you, guys. Let me go ahead and run the Viewers on Stage segment. Here we go.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, let's bring the people up. Lucifer said Ross the boss. Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned it. I think, yeah, we did mention the news that Ross will, in fact, be at PorcFest, but I don't think what we didn't really cover is his speech, the talk that he did at the Bitcoin conference. I just listened to it last night. Definitely encourage people to go give that a listen. Let me bring everybody up on stage. For those that want to jump up, I'm going to put the StreamYard link in the chat. It's as simple as clicking on the StreamYard link. That will bring you backstage, and then we can bring you up on stage. I think I got everybody here that's currently up. It's the usual crowd.
I would just like to say that I have already donated 25 Monero to Ibrahim.
There you go. Thank you, brother. Oh, always doing your part. Thank you, Shortwave. Appreciate that. Alaska, what's going on, man?
Life is good over here, man. There's nothing quite like summer in Alaska. It's the best place in the world to be right now.
What's a typical day like right now in terms of weather where you are?
It doesn't end. The day just goes on.
Oh, you got the light. Yeah, you got the light. It's already so like is it how many hours of light?
Well, where I'm at, I think there's like an hour and a half of almost dark right now.
Oh my god.
But a lot of the places I work right now, there's no dark. Like it just stays light forever. It'll be like 2 a.m. and it kind of feels like, evening-ish, but it's still bright, and it feels like 6 o'clock, even though it's like 2 or 3 a.m. It's pretty awesome.
So if we ever did a Monerotopia conference there, we could go 24/7.
There, you've brought up the idea of doing this before, and the irony of that whole situation is I have pretty much the most ideal location possible, like a great big building that's, with covered everything and more than enough space and all of that. And I've thought about it a lot. And if you were to do Monerotopia right at summer solstice in Alaska, that nobody would sleep, because when I say that it's like being on drugs, it's literally like being on drugs. Your whole body's like, the whole endocrine system like changes around. And if you haven't been here for a while, it'll hit you hard. Like there's even movies about people not sleeping, and
it's
but all of that is
24/7 vitamin D production.
Yeah, and the thing is you just make no melatonin, and it also has these weird effects on your ghrelin production too. So like the way that you want to eat and your energy levels and everything are just like wildly different. And if you dig into it, like if you lean into it, you can make it go even harder. I haven't figured out why, but a lot of people have noticed that if you consume copious amounts of vitamin C while the sun is constantly out, you just always feel like the adrenaline rush of going to the gym all day. And so it's just like this super high energy, like you can do anything. And there's another thing, the smells too, that just make you want to like go out and just cut logs. It's pretty cool. It is. Yeah.
Well, I just got back from Puerto Rico, and I definitely feel good. Lots of sunshine, lots of natural vitamin C, eating fruits all day, eating a lot of pineapple. But yeah, I've never done the Alaska summer. It's definitely on the bucket list.
One of these days, I should actually. I'm going to leave it for now because it's this giant rabbit hole. But hopefully, somebody will remind me to bring it up. But one of the craziest things is Puerto Rico and Alaska have all of these weird connections. Like it's without getting into it, it's hard to explain, but they're like really, really closely intertwined in a lot of strange ways.
A land bridge connects them. Or at least that's what
I wouldn't be
ChatGPT would
surprised
say.
if there's like tunnels or some shit, you know, like there's some kind of tunnel that is I really don't want to do it right now because it could consume 2 or 3 shows, but like there's all of these really weird connections between Puerto Rico and Alaska and southern Japan.
Lucifer's
guys
asking, can you get close to penguin? I thought penguins are only in the southern hemisphere, right? Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think
they're
yeah.
southern hemisphere and like north end of the southern hemisphere. There are like temperate penguins too, but they're
like
all
Galapagos
south.
Island penguins or something, right?
Yeah. There's a
right,
comment in the chat too, in the private chat. Curious what you guys think about impending macro risk off with yen carry shit. Well, I think a lot about that stuff. I'm sure Bawdy does too. One thing that I will say is the game as it's played is becoming less and less stable. And we're going to quickly find a situation where the value proposition, the incentive for some of the big players and whales to jump ship, it's exponentially growing at this point, and I think that plays a lot into the Japanese yen situation. I know Bawdy's talked about it before, and I have too, and I'm not sure if we like perfectly align on this, but a lot of people think that there's this in fact, it kind of plays into the drama too. There's this overarching hierarchy of people who are all like unified, that top down control everything else, and that's actually not how it is. They have a vested interest in collaborating on oppressing the people and controlling the people, but they also are constantly fighting over the levers of power, and they're always fighting over trying to get a leg up on the other person and oppress them as well. And one of the things that I would say about the early drama, because I think that this does need to be said. For those of you who don't know me, I'm about as deep into that whole world as you can be, like perpetually dark web, grew up on 4chan. As you can see, like, I'm pretty, blue-eyed white guy sort of thing. And there's a reason why people keep coming to the conclusions that they do. Pattern recognition is how our species made it to where it is, for one. In-group preference is a very powerful tool, and so are high-trust societies for economic and social progress. And that's a very deeply embedded and ingrained function, not just as a survival mechanism, but also for a thriving mechanism. And you find that the higher the society rises in this world of like high trust and economic freedoms and so on, there's kind of a corollary between that and working with an ever broadening scope of people. And in-group preference leaves certain, like, let's call it groups within groups or societies within societies, slower or faster than other groups. And it is a verifiable empirical fact that, for example, in like most Jewish cultures, there's a stronger tendency towards in-group preference. And you're going to, but there's also more than just the reasons that people think. So I live with a lot of Jews, actually. And not only that, but people who know me, they know. So I'm a very Christian man, but I actually keep like the Levitical dietary laws. And I believe that the Old Testament is still very much relevant to Christian theology. So you could almost think of it as like a messianic movement or something like that. But I'm 0% Jew. And not only that, but I have extremely strong disagreements with certain things that are rampant in the Jewish world, right? Like there's doctrines and so on based on like oral laws and all of that I couldn't be more opposed to. And from a theological standpoint, I live this every day. You know, hours of my life are spent arguing the theology and the sociology of the exact same things that these people are talking about. So I know it well, and I've lived in this world since, let's just call it, before it was cool, right? So, but a lot of the guys that are taking an opposing view to, for example, you and Bawdy right now, they're being steered by very pragmatic things like pattern recognition, like in-group preference and the erosion of high trust societies when out groups enter them. And there's a reason for that. But I think the strongest argument, and I hope that these guys are listening right now, is what Bawdy is saying early on in this discussion is, okay, even if your idea is correct, what do you propose to do about it? Because this idea of trying to address a perceived problem without any course of action or any blueprint is how you end up in a worse situation than you're in now. So, for example, most good ideas for like government. So let's say, for example, during the timeline of the French Revolution and also the American Revolution, they were guided by the same ideas. You know, this idea of let's call it proto-anarchy and liberalism and all of that other stuff. Well, people who were advocating for the same stuff as what happened in the American Revolution also ended up with a French Revolution. And that didn't go very well for anybody. And the people who got punished the most were the people who kind of like instigated the situation. And you could also talk about, oh, well, the Jacobins, this and that. But that's the point, is certain people can then grab a hold of a movement and steer it if you don't have clear goals and defined ideologies. And just for the sake of generalism, so we can move on with the conversation, like the 4chan ethno-nationalist ideology, okay? There's a reason they believe what they believe. But there's also a reason why it doesn't gain any traction in the audiences that they would need to make such a thing successful. And it's because nobody is proposing a way to make it work. And it's highly schizophrenic, right? A lot of this stuff emerges out of almost ANCAP ideologies, but then pivots towards like this highly collectivist worldview. And the problem is you can't do both at the same time. They're paradoxically related. And they're two very different solutions to the same problem. And the reason why I always find myself on the ANCAP worldview is because it has proposals that can, in a stage-like and step-by-step fashion, actually lead to more freedom and healthier relationships. And the last thing that I would point out about the ethno part of the ethno-nationalist worldview, if you're going to use the pattern recognition of, you know, certain traits tend to follow certain genetic lineages, which, yes, that's an absolute empirical fact. At this point, the data is about as bulletproof as you're going to get in the world of genetics. Genetics is kind of sloppy. You're not going to get 100% in anything with genetics, but yes, the evidence is strongly there. Well, I mean, if you go on my Twitter, for example, you can find pictures of my daughter, right? And my daughter is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, like, looks like the quintessential element of the aestheticism that these people desire. Well, guys, she's native, she's Korean, she's a lot of things, right? Like, It don't get more mutt than that.
It's the same as mine. She looks as Aryan as you can get, and she's quite mixed.
But the other thing is, I have from a different relationship, I have like as pure of a white bloodline as you can possibly get daughter. She tans like a brown person. All right. Like if she's been out in the sun for more than a day or two, you would think that she was like Haitian. All right. And she is as white-blooded as you could possibly be. All right. And so the idea of trying to peg genetics to asceticism, it just provably empirically doesn't work. You know, and so there might be an argument of like breeding for IQ, okay? And it is true that can, in a sense, be done. But at some point, you're going to end up at the problem that Bawdy is discussing right now, which is, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. I really hope that he has something to say about this, but you're going to have to answer a simple question, which is this going to be done by force, or do you have a high quality persuasive argument to get people to volunteer to do such a thing? And now you find yourself back in a situation where we're talking about consolidating the levers of power in the hands of a few. That blew up in the face of the French in the 1700s. And people who went the opposite direction in the American Revolution, let's decentralize power, which is what Monero is all about, is decentralizing power and offering free choice. Well, if you're going to abandon the idea of centralizing power because it never works, now you have to find a voluntary persuasive argument. And the solution to that, I mean, I'm, this isn't my brainchild, but I'm certainly trying. And if people like Mav, who I have a deep love and respect for, and we've been friends on Twitter as much as somebody who's on there once every 2 weeks like me can, I know where his arguments are coming from, and I agree with the body of evidence that he uses to provide that. However, there's a reason why I oppose like all forms of statism, because it never works. There's a reason why I'm very strongly advocating voluntarism, because it always gives you the best fruit. And if somebody wants to breed because they want somebody that looks like them, that's very natural. And paternity fraud has destroyed culture after culture. I get it. But I'm also not going to tell somebody else the right or wrong answer for. I'll tell you what works way better than homogenous societies is two-parent families. Like,
hey,
if you want to go
sorry
ahead.
to interrupt you, last guy. We have some new guys here. I would really like to hear from them as well.
Yeah.
Our time is limited.
Let's bring up some of the other voices here. Jacob, he's not normally jumping up here. Love to hear from him. Robbie, I haven't heard from in a long time. Cellar Door, Ulysses. Robbie, maybe you wanna kick it off.
Yeah, please. I really enjoyed Alaska's TED talk there, but I I think we're going down the wrong route. I think I lean more Bawdy's way than Alaska's, but also I think the core thing is it doesn't matter. And in the group chat, I used the word Nazi in the group chat, and everyone's like, "Oh, you can't call us Nazis because it doesn't matter, because that's how you're perceived." And the issue I have, and I think the deep issue that a lot of people have, is we're affecting the perception of Monero, and it's unfortunate that the society we live in, someone could be like, "Well, Monero's used for child porn or child exploitation." They would see, "Oh, it's used for Nazis" as a worse thing, right? That's just the society we live in, right? And you can draw your conclusions from that if you want. It doesn't matter. But the problem is, you tie Monero to that, you push people away. And some people might go, "Well, the best developers would probably be like a white man." Someone said that in the group chat as well. Well, the thing is, clearly not, because Google's filled with Indians. Do you know what I mean? So you're wrong there. But we're going down the wrong path. I feel like, and what I was really worried about that would happen, and we've kind of done it, is we've started debating the politics. But really, what we should be debating is, should we have Monero significantly tied to a political movement, regardless if it's controversial or not? And I think no. And I think what you find is, and a lot of these anarchists on Twitter kind of annoy me because they seem to just want to be anti whatever's in government right this second, and they're a wee bit frustrating. But they make a really good point where anarchists can kind of just agree to disagree because we all agree that the state should just leave us alone. And I feel like going anywhere beyond, we need more power as people, as individuals, beyond the state institutions and evil cabals that run the world, which I think the whole Jewish thing in itself is a psyop. I think it's a cover up for, like, it's layers of covers up, and that's the thing that catches some of the people. But really, I think the world's controlled by the old Gnostics. I think they're still around, and they believe in like two gods. And you know, if you read the Kabbalion, you know what I'm talking about. But I feel like we're steering away from what actually matters, and what actually matters is digital cash. And I was just really worried that it was going to get into like a political debate where it doesn't need to be. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, both Doug and Mav have been unbelievably nice to me, unprompted. Do you know what I mean? Doug invited me on about a year and a half ago, unprompted. Mav shouted me out the other day, unprompted. Do you know what I mean? So I lean more Doug's way politically, but I just don't think it matters. I think we need to tone down tying Monero to something. Post whatever you want, right? But don't be like, Monero is this. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, do you know what I mean? If someone started posting Monero's coin, Monero's this communist thing, right? If I saw that when I was first getting into Monero, I'd be like, fuck this, I don't want to be a part of coin. And, like, you know, look at Cake Wallet, look at Vic. Like, do you think if this was going on when Vic started Cake Wallet, do you think Vic would go, oh yeah, see that group of people who absolutely hate Indians? I'm going to create a wallet for those guys. No, you're just not going to look into it, right?
Exactly.
I just want to say really quick that I 100% intend to leave this conversation behind in the near future. It's only been going on for a couple of days. I felt like it was something that needed to be addressed. There's people I know there's people on the fence out there that are listening to some of the alluring grievances of the sort of Monero Maverick crowd and sort of like being drawn towards Hitler. And but they're not like fully decided, right? And so I think it's important to sort of meet them where they're at if possible, and at least try and reach some of those guys to help pull them back from the brink. At the same time, like I significantly weight guys like Seth for Privacy, where he says, hey, look, don't engage them. You're only making them bigger. There's a lot of truth to that. I just feel like it's kind of came to a head. I actually started with very simple requests about like simple things. And then, I contributed to some of the escalation, but they also very much contributed to that. So it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be spoken about. It needs to be, whatever. And then we could just let it go, let it die, and everyone go our own separate ways. I still yes, I'm a Monero guy, but I'm like more than Monero. I'm an anarchist. And so I still will be inclined in my own private capacity to kind of like talk about some of these things. If these guys will entertain a conversation, they currently seem like Monero Maverick is here posting on Twitter right now as we speak about how he's above the fray and he's done with this big dick competition. And he's not going to talk to me, even though he repeatedly says, you started this, Bawdy, you started this. And so I'm offering him an opportunity to get on a spaces with me, but he seems to be avoiding it and evading it. So it seems pretty cowardly, if you ask me. Because I'm pretty much just demonstrating here on this conversation.
It's not cowardly, Bawdy. It's calculated.
Yeah, maybe
he's very good at the social manipulation. I told you that the little handbook they hand out to the federal agencies.
I want to I'm trying to take a few steps back and I don't know what he actually believes, and I'm not accusing him of being a Fed right at this moment. I have some questions and suspicions, and that's why I want to chat with him, and I would like to have a good faith conversation with him, but if he's not acting in good faith, then he's going to avoid a conversation with me. So anyways, sorry to go off here a little bit, but you're right. I'm going to leave this behind soon enough. It'll probably still be a few more days here until I do, but it won't be much longer.
Hey guys, there's in this private chat, there's some I'll read it all eventually, but there's some stuff specifically relating to Robbie in the private chat that I want to read. Okay, so it bleeds in together and it kind of becomes about Robbie. So I'll just read the whole thing. As someone that could be considered Nazi adjacent, I think the entire movement is just cooked and there is no solution at all. And then I'm going to skip the part where he's wondering if I could read it. Robbie is right. We just need peer-to-peer cash, but Nazi's going to use it because we all got debanked. And then another guy, Techno Relevant, said, Fix Float froze my XMR USDT trade, refusing to refund. Don't use Fix Float, kind of on the same topic. But I guess what he's kind of saying is their movement would need peer-to-peer cash anyway because of kind of like the debanking element of it. And they specifically mentioned you, Robbie, if you want to respond to that.
Well, yeah, no, I think that's fine. And the thing is, like, to call my wife a Nazi would be unfair to her. But like her dad collects like loads of memorabilia. Her family is like part German, and like you'll hear arguments from them, and you'll be like, "Oh, okay." But because I'm autistic and I'm very easily like radicalized, I just don't engage. And the main way like you should engage with things like this is just opt out. You don't actually need to hate anything. You just don't engage with a system you don't like. Don't engage with banks. Don't engage with the porn industry. Don't engage with it, and then you solve the problem. In the book, The Second Realm, I'm sure lots of you have read it. It was recommended to me by Monero guys. The whole idea is you step away from the state and you let the state run. Do you know what I mean? You don't start a war with the state. You don't start a war with whatever. You just don't engage with it. And I think it feels like a psyop. It feels like a lot of this content's being artificially pushed. So we have a rise in like right-wing militants so that the state can put more pressure on us and then get violent with us in return.
Very much like feels that way. Very much.
That's how it feels. And the thing is, like, I'm in the UK, right? We have I have lots of Muslim friends. I own a Quran. I won't get into it too much, but we have militant groups in the UK that like should probably be looked into a little bit more. But anytime like there's a right-wing group, because the government is so scared of a boogaloo, they're the ones cracked down on first. And I feel like, you know, the right-wingers have kind of started to become more moderate. I feel like a lot of us have started to become libertarians. Do you know what I mean? I started by watching fucking Steven Crowder. Now I think he's a gimp. But like, now we're kind of like, nah, actually we're libertarians, we're anarchists, and that doesn't work well for the state because you can't go to war with people who just don't engage. It's like being an abusive partner and the person goes, you know what, yeah, you're right, I'll just leave then. Do you know what I mean? That manipulator, that evil person doesn't get the rise they want, and they need you to shout back so that they can do this, do that, and I think the state wants that. I don't think Mav is a Fed. I don't think most people in the community are Fed. Apart from Tony South, he is 100% a Fed. You can tweet at him right now, tell him that I said that. But I don't think Mav is a Fed. I think he's young. I know he's only like 3 years younger than me, but I've got like 3 kids.
Tony South Padre, you're saying is a Fed?
Yeah, 100%. 100. Well, he used to be a police officer.
Okay, but what is he doing that's like Fed-like in the community?
No, it is. Tony's the person I talk to the most, and it's a running joke between me and him.
Oh, okay. Your sarcasm is so dry. I don't even get it.
Well, I genuinely believe it. Like half of me believes it, because I'm not doing anything wrong. It doesn't bother me.
And listen, man, like you know, when we say a Fed, I mean, for all we know, Nicholas Van Saberhagen was a Fed, right? Satoshi Nakamoto was a Fed, right? People could be in the federal government and also, you know, working as an anarchist by night. Like there's all that too. You know, the thing with Monero Maverick, is he a Fed? Is he not? I don't know, but it does seem like he's. it does seem like he's on a mission and he's putting 110% effort into it, and he has resources. I mean, he tweets more about Monero than anybody else, right? He's like becoming the voice of Monero on X. It seems like he has resources, or he's just really skilled at it, using whatever ChatGPT to help him just generate posts and throw things out there. But he's highly dedicated. Now, is it just because he just wants a big name for himself in Monero, and it's just, he's just a kid who's trying to make a name for himself, and he sees value in that?
I think what it is he's young and passionate. And I don't.
Okay. He's young and passionate, and he's trying to grow Monero. But then what's shady about it, though, is like the twist that he puts on things as he talks, and he starts subtly bashing people. He starts taking credit for everything, right? Like, oh, without me, Monero would have been dead. I'm here to look at me. Like, it's like, he's very good at just trying to grow his influence. And
how many followers does Mav have?
What's that?
Roughly. How many followers does Mav have?
On X, I think it's 16,000. On YouTube, he doesn't really have much of a following at all.
Imagine you're
his
22,
videos are pretty
and you have 16,000 people following you. 16,000 of like arguably the most dedicated people in the world, like in the sense of like how passionate they are about their beliefs, and kind of like in a space that's kind of, if you speak about it, you're almost martyred and you're looked up to. Now imagine you're 22 and you've got many people messaging you saying, hey, I really like this stuff you're posting. Like, you're speaking up against this powerful thing that a lot of people are too scared to speak about. If you're 22, that's going to go to your head, and you're going to go, yeah, I've done a ton of stuff for Monero. And to be fair, like, I haven't looked into it enough, but he seems very passionate, and I think his heart is in the right place. I don't think he's a Fed. He might be getting bolstered without his knowledge.
I would like to just interject really quick, because I think, from my point of view, this is arguing about the color of the power tools, right? Or the brand of the power tools. Look, Monero is there to be used. And frankly, all this kind of talking about, like, stuff that has nothing to do with the tech, I'm like, fine, just shut up and like actually fucking do something with Monero. Like, that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in people that are talking about that. Like, your personal, like, politics and preferences, don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about mine, I don't care. That's the power of anonymity.
Yeah,
and so, like, frankly, it feels like it's like arguing over which brand of tools is better. It's a fucking, it's a Toshiba power drill, that's what it feels like to me.
And like, another thing is, for example, I'm not on crypto Twitter, so I didn't know about any of this until we spent like 30 minutes at the beginning of the show talking about it, and I'm like, this is not what I came here for. This is not the content that I want to watch when I watch Monerotopia. I want to hear about things like how Doug is doing and what new businesses he's found or starting or whatever. I want to hear Bawdy give the price report.
I want to hear about the Jordanian dude that's trying to, start
I know, right?
Donut
the donut
stall.
truck?
It's
Oh,
like,
yes. That's
I'm like,
awesome.
dude, I'd be happy to like do some design and like, do a logo for you. And like, let's get the community to source out some translation for the guy, so he can have these pamphlets at his stall. And he's like, look, this is why this shit's important, and hand that out.
That's why I come to this show. I don't come here to listen to fucking politics. If I wanted to do that, I'd go watch, whatever the equivalent of Rush Limbaugh is these days.
Shortwave, I've got a question for you. I think it was either last week's Monero talk or the week before, you were talking about how you were encouraging people to list things like directly in Monero and to use like a moving average. Were you the person who messaged me on XMR Bazaar suggesting that? Because I was like, someone suggested that,
Yes.
and I'm listening to, I'm like, yeah.
It very likely was me, because literally every time I see a fiat listing posted on XMR Bazaar, I send out that message. So literally every fiat listing gets that message from me.
No, at least you're dedicated. So I listed my silver in XMR. I didn't list my cards because I buy them in cash. Like, I can't buy them for anything else, and I need to ensure that I'm not losing money on it. I list that in fiat, but like my silver right now is listed in XMR. My gold, if my partner lets me sell it, will be listed in XMR, and it's Robbie Mint IO on XMR Bazaar if you want silver or Magic the Gathering cards.
There we go. That's awesome, dude. That is absolutely fucking awesome. Love seeing that.
Check it out, people. Yeah, go to XMR Bazaar. And, you know, Monero Maverick has done a great job of spreading XMR Bazaar and other Monero. I've always said that. I wish I could have given him, you know, even more credit than what he's doing, but it's like he's affinity scamming a little bit, trying to associate himself with all these things while also then, you know, tying his politics into what the brand of Monero is supposed to be. That's why I personally want to confront it. If people want to be silent about it, that's them. But, you know, the free speech works both ways, right? So I'm not out here censoring anybody, but I'm out here giving my opinions in reaction to his free speech, which should absolutely be encouraged by everybody. Robbie, awesome, man. Good points. Let's get Celador. He's not often up here, and then Jacob. And I don't know. I see a number 1 here in the corner. I don't know if that's somebody who's actually here to say something.
Number 1's been typing in the chat. I don't know if he has a microphone or not, but almost everything he's had.
Right,
I've been trying to read it off too. So
let's let Celador say some things, and then Jacob.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't have anything particularly new to bring up. So, Jacob, if you want to go ahead and take it away.
Okay, we'll get Jacob up.
I'm going to leave to let other people join, by the way.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I see other people actually that... Let me bring up XMR
We
family.
can hear you, sir. Or at least I did.
Okay, let's see.
Yep, there you are.
All right, cool. So, I mean, I don't really have much of anything.
Is there any way you could be a little louder though, Jacob?
Yeah,
if you could raise your...
Is that any better?
We can hear you now pretty good.
You go a little higher even if you want.
All right. How's that?
Feels pretty much the same, but we can hear you.
Let's see. Just crank it up a bit. So, I mean, I don't really have much to contribute as far as any of this, I guess, drama that's been going on, other than the fact, because like anything I could say at this point is just rehashing the same thing. But I think we can all agree, which is the whole reason that all of us are here in the first place, is that the state is fucked, and they don't have our best interest in mind. They control the narrative and counter narrative, period. And so what does that really mean? Well, that means that we need an alternative, which is, once again, why we're all here, right? Now, when I came into this community, I realized that there was going to be a lot of people with a lot of ideologies that I disagree with fundamentally, and that's always been just the entire community. But what brought everyone together was all of us realizing that we need the alternative and that the state is fucked and they don't care about us. And the only thing I really care about is when there are people trying to sow division between all of us that will exploit our differences. That's Fed behavior, period. Because up until now, I mean, of course, there's always been spats and there's still going to be spats in the future, but anything that would break up the community is actually going to be anything that pits us against each other. And that should just be avoided at all cost, because we all come together under the realization that privacy is king and that we need privacy for liberty. I mean, that's the mission, right? So outside of that, I mean, we should just be promoting the mission. However, everyone should keep their head on a swivel and be wary of anyone that is trying to sow division. Everyone has their opinions, right? Opinions like assholes. We all have them. But, I mean, does that really matter outside of, are you trying to push authoritarianism? That doesn't fit in the community. But outside of that, I don't really give a shit what anyone's opinion is. As long as we agree on the privacy issue, we're golden. But that's pretty much what I have to add. It's like, just keep your head on a swivel, and if somebody is acting like a Fed, it doesn't mean they are, but you can call out the Fed behavior, because anyone sowing division, whether intentional, a troll, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that is what's going to screw up the community. And I don't really care what somebody else believes. I probably disagree with most people, but what does matter is that we do focus on the privacy matter and the liberty issue.
I think it's kind of interesting because, you know, the idea that like a particular drama could fracture a community is interesting, because like the more that this community is decentralized, like actually decentralized, and functions and thinks in a decentralized manner, these moments of drama that flare up will have less importance, because it's just like, oh yeah, cool, that's great, that's like that group of people over there, but I still have like my own network of, you know, people in, you know, Monero and in privacy and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's the appeal to me. Like, more people need to be talking about Monero and just fucking using it.
Right, but you would be surprised how even just, you know, one or two people can actually, you know, literally throw a wrench in the gears and just like really screw things up, if for one, they know what they're doing, and for two, they have the intention of doing so. And unfortunately, all freedom projects, whether it's tech or otherwise, it's always going to have its defectors. It's always going to have its dissidents, right? People that actually want more state will come in and try to derail everything. Like it's just a reality. And as long as you stay mission focused, though, there's no way to derail it. And I think that's one of the biggest things. It just seems like a distraction, because like when I first came into the community, I knew that there were commies using Monero. I can't stand communism. Absolutely cannot. But I'm also not going to tell somebody, oh, you can't use this, or, oh, you're this type of person, so don't like associate with me. It's like, as long as they're staying focused on the mission, I don't really care.
I always find it interesting when I run into like an actual commie that's using this shit, because I'm like, oh,
right,
wait, like that's it's not about like we want Stalin 2.0, you know. It's like,
right.
Oh, you're serious about being social and,
right.
and you know, creating your tribe and all that. That's fascinating. I'd like to sit and talk with you more, you know. But if it's a rather than
right,
just
but it does happen.
Yeah.
Jacob, I might mention that you have a lovely soundboard. I have the exact same soundboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's badass, isn't it?
Oh man, it's one of my favorite pieces of tech equipment.
Sir, you need to do a Monero podcast. You totally, absolutely have the voice for it. You remind me a lot of Seth for Privacy.
So
do you not listen to Rise to Liberty every single week? Sure way. You are missing out. The man has one of the best podcasts ever.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Alaskanon. Yeah, I've actually had Alaskanon on. So
I've listened to Free Talk Live and some other ones, but I had not listened to Rise to Liberty. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been on it. Not all of them can be bangers. I don't know why he stooped so low, but the rest of them are amazing. Let me do.
Yeah,
I would like to ask our guests a question. How do y'all see like just the core Monero principles? I mean, I jotted some of these down last night. Things like technical competency, rational assessment, price via usage and adoption, as opposed to like NGU type of hype, resistance to maximalism, learning from BTC's, Bitcoin's mistakes. Are those the kind of principles that you guys also share? What do y'all think about that?
Immutability is pretty much like I think all of the other ones are almost peripheral to the idea of no counterparty immutability in transactions.
I mean, I'm not talking about the protocol. I'm talking about the community, the principles of the people in our community and the kinds of like ways in which we think about things, the ways in which we talk, that we engage, etc.
Do you kind of want to like rephrase exactly what you're asking?
I think it might just be too broad in order to narrow it down in scope. I think that there's just too many I mean, some of them are almost conflicting interests uniting around the core tech itself.
My question was about the kinds of values and principles that we have as a community. It's my opinion, right or wrong, that Monero has kind of a unique position in cryptocurrency that both the technology and the community has a kind of respect from all sorts of disparate parties, whether it's like Bitcoin maximalists or Bcashers, no coiners, butt coiners, gold bugs, etc. I've seen them express a kind of respect for both the coin as a technology and the community. And so the question centers around, like, do y'all have any kind of like rough sense or rough ideas of the kinds of things, like as a community, just in general, that Monero should have or is perceived for, or that value, like that you value? Like I said, I jotted a few of these things down last night. Things like technical competency, rational assessment, price via usage and adoption, not like not a number go up kind of hype, sort of a somewhat of a resistance to maximalism and learning from Bitcoin's mistakes. Like, these are things that I've personally seen in the Monero community over, like, since I joined in 2018. I'm just kind of asking what your guys' impressions are of that, and if you have any takes on that.
Those are definitely the predominant themes I've seen since coming into the Monero community. So those are the things that seem to where the community seems to unite with each other on these specific topics.
The only like, because I'm definitely in a bubble, but as far as when you go to Monerotopia, which is, I think, or MoneroCon, which I've actually never been to MoneroCon, but as far as like social and community themes that I see, there is a very strong tendency towards like voluntary interactions. And I worry that my own voluntarist nature may be clouding my perception of that. But even like the vendors at Monerotopia, what they liked the most was the freedom to choose what they wanted to participate in. Like, the voluntarist nature of Monero seems to draw a voluntarist community behind it. And people who are otherwise like, I forget his name, Derek Bros. Like, Derek, Monero isn't like what he focuses on, but what drew him to it was like the voluntarist elements of it. Or whenever I see somebody that kind of is far deeper in like another area of focus, what draws them to Monero as a community tends to be the laissez-faire, live and let live attitude that we have.
I think for me, it's like the actual practical application of Monero. I mean, as a tool for, creating kind of that parallel society, creating that agora, right? Which for me is like one of my core principles, right? That's the way I want to live. I don't like fiat. Fine. What am I going to do about it? I'm going to look for a tool that lets me bypass it and to do that. And like, honestly, like, Monero community is that community for me. Like, I didn't feel that at all when I was trying to get into like ETH and NFTs. It's just like, oh, this is just a fucking shit show. And
so are you saying like basically pragmatism?
Pragmatism in the actual use. Like, I've never been to a conference where people are happy to go out and like say like, oh, hey, let's do this thing in the middle of a fucking market. Let's get local vendors, accepting this stuff. And it was super fucking cool to be sitting there listening to a talk, being like, oh geez, I'm hungry. Walk outside into the middle of a market and be like, oh, I'm gonna get me a really fucking tasty tlayuda and some like beer, and pay for it with Monero. Like that's never happened to me at like any kind of like ETH focused event ever.
I just wanted to quickly chime in. Yeah, I don't think people really understand, respect, value, privacy or liberty until they really lose it. They take for some of the things that they have for granted, and yeah.
I just had this funny. Oh, go ahead.
So I mean, I didn't really have much to add. I'm just here to listen. Sorry.
I just had this funny like idea pop into my head of a guy buying a Coke with ETH. I doubt that.
Like, and the whole ETH thing happened for me at like a comic book convention, because I used to do those, and like, you know, I'm trying to sell prints. I'm like, oh, I love the idea of doing a digital print edition, you know, and I'm just going to sell a print for like $20 or, you know, $10. And like at these comic book conventions, it was it was goddamn impossible. Out of all the hundreds of people that I talked to, there was like one teenage girl that knew what ETH was because her dad was into it, and of course, you know, at the time, gas prices were they're always ridiculous. And I'm like, I can't sell a $10 print and have that transaction cost $25. That's fucking stupid.
Guys, to Bawdy's question, which obviously I think, you know, it's a good one to ask and to be talking about. Pretty directly related was Ross's speech. I don't know if people caught it. But you know, he was talking about kind of the main principles, right, for what we need to focus on, those that are trying to be a part of the crypto revolution. And it was, you know, we can bring it up. I think what did he say? He said decentralization or freedom. Freedom, I think, was his first. Decentralization, and then the last was unity, right?
Unity. Unity is the best word.
Yeah. So uniting around the fight that we're fighting, right? We need to be united. We're all different. The protocol is decentralized. We're decentralized in terms of our viewpoints and the things, who we are, what we represent. We all have freedom to have our own views, right? Things like that. But at times we need to be able to unite together to essentially win the fight. So that's, I think, spot on, right on with kind of what we're talking about today and what Bawdy's question was. It's a little bit of mix of what the protocol needs to be and what the community needs to be ultimately for us to win.
By the way, I would like to say, if you have not seen Ross's speech, you are seriously missing out. There are videos of it online.
Let me see if I can bring up just a quick clip here.
That don't have the rest of the Bitcoin conference in them. It just has the Ross speech, and it is amazing. You need to watch it.
Because I didn't know if the other nests would come to their aid and sting me. Spread out the towel, got as close as I could, ready to flee if I had to. But when I wrapped up the nest, nothing happened. It was as if the other wasps didn't even notice. So I was able to go around the porch and carefully remove each wasp nest one by one until there were no more wasps, not even the big nest over the front door. So why did I tell you this story? Let's look at what made the wasps strong and what made them weak. And remember, freedom, decentralization, unity. The wasps were strong because they were free. Each wasp could act independently, and it was impossible to keep track of so many individual wasps. A sting could come from any direction. Freedom is our strength as well. In prison, my every move was monitored and controlled. I was constantly dominated by the system I was trapped in. I had no freedom, and that made me weak. But with freedom, we have choices. And with choices, we become unpredictable, just like the wasps. Choice is the essence of freedom. Any one of us could create the next piece of liberating technology that empowers the people of the world. And compared to the constraints I lived under in prison, there's very little standing in our way. Bitcoin doesn't work without freedom. Bitcoin's power comes from the fact that any one of us can mine if we choose to. Any one of us can generate addresses if we choose to. Any one of us can send Bitcoins to anyone else We are all on equal footing with Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, we're all free. Losing so much of my freedom really helped me understand what it is and why it's so important. There were times when I had lost so much freedom, I couldn't even choose what position to hold my body in because I was cuffed and shackled so tightly. In those moments, I understood that freedom is not a binary switch that is either off or on. Being outside a prison's walls does not automatically mean you're free. And being within them doesn't mean you're not. Because even in those moments, I had choices. I could choose to resist, or I could choose to accept. I could have a peaceful attitude or a belligerent attitude. I could let the people taking my freedom get to me. Or I could find joy deep down inside where they couldn't touch it. In those moments, finding joy in just being alive, that was my victory. That was how I kept the torch of freedom burning. Next, the wasps were strong because they were decentralized. 7 nests were harder to handle than just one. Had they all been in one big nest, I would have simply removed that nest without worrying about the other wasps coming to sting me. Decentralization is our strength as well. We can argue all day about how things can be more decentralized, and those are good arguments to have. But as a principle, decentralization is the goal that we strive for. Bitcoin's strength is in decentralization. Bitcoin lives on the internet, which is itself decentralized. Anyone can run the Bitcoin protocol and connect online. There are people from every corner of the globe, people we will never meet, validating and mining the blocks that make up the blockchain. There are scores of wallets and exchanges spread out all over the world. And because Bitcoin is decentralized this way, nothing can stop it. Nothing. It's true.
By the way, we just hit the 4-hour mark.
And if that wasn't enough, there are countless forks and blockchains all riffing off of Satoshi's original design. And this too is a form of decentralization. So long as we are free to choose, we want as many of these experiments going on as possible. The strong will survive, and the system as the whole will become more robust and able to adapt. With decentralization, there is no single point of failure. That's a lesson I learned the hard way with Silk Road. But despite their strengths, despite being free and decentralized, the wasps were weak because they lacked unity. Any one of those wasps was free to come sting me, but none of them did. They were decentralized, so they had the opportunity, but none of them took it. Had a single wasp dared to come sting me when I reached for that first nest, I would have fled. Those things really hurt. But they didn't. Thank God you are not wasps. When I was put in prison for life, I was isolated and weak. I was stripped of everything, had nothing to give anyone. But you didn't abandon me. You didn't forget me. You wrote me letters. You raised money for my defense. When I was silenced, you spoke up against the slander and the smears. And in the end, when I didn't know if I would ever get out from behind those thick iron bars, you even got President Trump to see that Bitcoin is the future. Yeah, you did that. You got him to see that decentralization and freedom are our future. You said Ross is one of us. You stayed united. You said, we want Ross out here with us. You said, free Ross. You did this. There were days when I thought I would die in that awful cage. But somehow, that spark of an idea that was Bitcoin back in the early days, that idea I risked and lost my freedom for, it grew into a movement so powerful that more than a decade later, it came back around and freed me. It's just incredible. Now, in prison, sadly, the prisoners tend to divide themselves into factions. Resources are scarce, and isolated individuals can be preyed upon, so groups tend to dominate, and there are conflicts between the groups. Unity among the prisoners is lost. It's a very difficult environment to navigate, and I didn't understand it at first, but the guards, the wardens, the prison administration, they actually like it that way. They like and encourage the division. Now, why would that be? You've heard the saying, divide and conquer, right? Well, there's a corollary to it which says divide and rule. Prisoners have already been conquered, so it's the job of the prison to rule them. And it's easier to rule when your subjects are fighting each other than when they're fighting you. The only times I saw the wardens show respect to the prisoners was when we were united. When we all wrote letters with a unified message, they showed up and listened. When we all went on hunger strike together, they showed up and listened. Unified, we stopped being treated like objects and started being treated like men, like equals. Unified, we were able to stand together and demand the respect that we deserve. So, how does this apply to us? We can argue all day, but please never see each other as enemies. Those that oppose decentralization and freedom love it when we're divided. I promise you. So stay united. So long as we can agree that we deserve freedom and that decentralization is how we secure it, then we can be united. We can have each other's backs, just like you had mine. Freedom, decentralization, unity. Stay true to these principles, and the future is ours. Thank you.
I think that pretty much hit the nail on the head, guys.
Absolutely amazing.
Powerful.
And certainly a message the Monero community needs to hear right now, right?
Entirely. Go figure he would be such a great speaker. I do think his message was incredibly powerful, though. Although I would probably not given Bitcoin itself maybe so much credit, but that's just me personally. But wow, I mean, that was something. And I think that's kind of what I was trying to get at as far as like what this community is about. This community, I've always noticed, has been so focused on one simple goal, and that's all of us want to be free, right? I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but that was, I thought, the one thing that this entire community, regardless of what any of us believe, because we're all incredibly different people, but we all realize that if we keep going the way that we're going, the status quo is going to lead to an enslavement that is going to be horrific. And it's not just for us, but all future generations. And so being able to focus on that freedom and that desire for it, I think is an incredibly powerful message.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Yeah, I just tweeted that out and I already got the claims that this is what Maverick is trying to do, guys. So Maverick is now Ross Albright as well. I mean, Jesus Christ. No respect.
All right.
All right, guys. Anything else that you guys wanna touch upon?
No, I think we should just drop it here. Like,
yeah,
you couldn't ask for a better ending to a show than Ross, and it's just amazing.
That's all we got to, that's the drum we need to beat. Obviously, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I have my moments where I stray from the unity portion because there's times when it's hard, when you get pulled into things, and personally I view it as an attack. I think there are attacks happening within the community, so be vigilant, don't fall for it. But I don't know if ignoring it, I think ignoring it in ways is good, right? So we don't prop up these attacks, but also I think it's important to point things out, right? So if there's a way to kind of do both, point things out, notice it, let it be known, without feeding the flames any further, would be my general advice. Freedom, decentralization, and unity. Let's leave it at that, and we'll roll the credits. Thank you, guys.
God bless you all.
See you all at PorcFest.
Yes, see you at PorcFest. Buy Ulysses swag on XMR Bazaar. You could search it. You could find it. Ulysses, you want to quickly, just very, very quickly shill it just so you get the word out?
Yeah, sure. I'm making a really cool hoodie design. Actually, I think I'm going to change the back design to be the decentralization and unity, because currently I've got it as Agora, Anarchy, and Action. But I think
it's a T-shirt. T-shirt.
I'm going to do hoodies.
Oh,
so I'm only going to do a handful of hoodies and then bring them up with me. And I want to get pre-orders. So if people have the size that they want, then let me know, and then I can make sure that I've got that at PorcFest.
And they could buy it on XMR Bazaar.
Yeah. Yep.
Fantastic.
And if I remember correctly, you sell your stuff directly for Monero.
I do, in fact. I've never gotten that message from you because, everything's already priced in XMR.
He prices it in XMR. All right, guys, we'll end it at that. Thank you so much, everybody. Stay unified. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.